Okay, it says it's live. Hello to the people watching the replay. If this stays up, I don't know what this bunch. It might have to come down.
Wow.
I'm really talking about Robin, Ashley, not you. It's really
Okay,
Robin.
good. I'm glad you're talking about Robin and not me.
Yeah, because wherever Robin goes, it seems like videos just have to be privated. So
that is not true.
Glad it's not me.
It has
this
happened
time.
more often.
You know, I'm not a scientist, but the evidence says it's usually Robin, maybe plus somebody.
No.
Plus somebody.
Maybe I'm just there when it happens to be the person who makes it come down. I just happen to be there. I'm an innocent.
I think that's more
Bree's
right.
not here. I feel like you and Bree are a dangerous combination.
Oh, Bree. Anytime I go
One
live,
of them was Ray's fault, though. I remember that distinctly.
Was that when she became my stepdaughter?
I don't know. She came on the live already a lot of drinks in, and you guys had to catch up. That's what I remember.
Hey, Jessica, Kelly.
I'm just happy it's not me. Usually I'm the problem.
Hey. Okay, if you're here, if you're having a beverage, doesn't have to be alcoholic, tell me. And if you're reading, tell me what you're reading. I went and got a daiquiri. It's technically not a daiquiri, it's a margarita, but it's a strawberry margarita. It's delicious. Look at all you.
One margarita, I'm like,
Hey,
margarita bread, okay? I mean, look at everyone. Hey, just got home. How was everyone's week? Was it a week? Because that seems to be a theme. This week, people really tried me. Hi, Carrie. I know. Look, that was the main reason I wanted to do this. So I was like, I miss going live with people. And to your question, no, because reading is really not that important.
I'm gonna guess we have maybe 1.5 sprints. I'm not really optimistic about anything.
This weekend is really about hanging, gabbing, hot gossing, but you can read too if you really need to. Hey. Okay, I think god dang. Well of Ascension for the first time. God bless. Kombucha. Oh, I thought you said I'm going to be writing Twilight. And I was like,
that's what I thought too.
What do you mean?
It's like when you were in high school and you thought you were writing your own original story and it was just a Twilight knockoff.
Yes. They're like, this is totally original. Vampire
never been done.
Coincidence.
When I was a kid, every story I wrote was accidentally the hero's journey, but I didn't know that's what it was called. And I'm like, why is this so? I didn't know the word derivative. I'm like, this is just the same as everything else. It's so much cooler in my head.
Green shout. I approve. Yes. Reading multiple books. Ooh, the blood.
Everybody's reading for real.
Yeah,
I love this for them.
I put books next to me.
I know, I'm not gonna lie.
I have a stack of books next to me.
A book, and I might get some pages in there, Reds. We're gonna have at least one good Ashley sprint.
Why can't you just leave me alone? It was Robin's the problem.
Wait, no. I think we should all share in the problemness.
I'm not the problem child. No, I haven't been the problem child in a very, 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 very long time. I'm the problem child behind the scenes. I haven't been the problem child publicly in a very long time.
Okay. Kathleen, it has been a week. Lord have mercy. Golden sun. Ooh. And I also have some water here, staying balanced, hydrated. Very important. Hey, Erica.
Erica, behave.
Ooh.
Just had to put it out there.
Alan, Nigel just had some fresh, filtered water, okay? Alan is always coming for my neck, trying to report me for animal abuse.
I'm on Team Alan.
Wow. Why did you invite Robin?
It's very rude.
Why did you invite Robin? This type of
I don't know.
I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, I can't X out of this room. Just kidding. Wine. Ooh. What kind of wine? City of Dragons.
That book's
That's a lot of
okay.
work.
It's an aggressively okay book.
City of Dragons.
Wow. Tell us how you really feel.
It's just so fine.
Was it by? Nitrate. Tomorrow. That book will not disappear. Everyone's reading that book.
Oh, you start your master's in LIS on Monday? Good luck.
I know. Been there, done that.
Been there, done that.
Ooh, good luck with that one.
There's so many people in my library who are like starting or at the beginning stages of their master's in library science, and I'm always like, God, I don't miss it.
I don't either. I don't.
Godspeed, my child. Not somebody with responsibilities. Get out. I feel you. Leftovers, do's and don'ts. So you here with me. If you do read we do have one sprint. What will you read tonight?
Is that for us or the comments?
That's for you.
Oh,
like what will you look at for a few moments with your eyeballs?
I'm gonna be filming.
Ooh, Rage of Dragons. How is it so far?
I'm in it. I started it last night and I'm 205 pages in, and like it's nonstop, and I love
yeah,
it.
I hear it's just montage after montage.
No, literally the prologue was a fight scene, and then the first chapter, another fight scene, and then the second chapter, another fight scene, and then we had like a moment where it was like, okay, everything's coming together, back into a fight scene.
So are you, because I always hear one or the other, do you hate or love is it Tao, the main character?
Sorry, my cat is crazy right now. I don't have an opinion right now because we're at the point in his story where he's really like making certain decisions based off of grief and stuff. So, but he's ready to fight people, and he really
You know, I've heard there's a little bit of fighting, so sounds exciting. How high we go in the dark?
Makes me want to cry.
Wine probably helps with that book. It's so sad. It's so sad.
I want to
Angela,
read it.
these one-liners.
This is what happens whenever Ashley and I are together. I just say something and Ashley just like
she's like aggressively mediocre.
Okay, don't you agree? City of Dragons is an aggressively fine book.
yeah, it's literally aggressively fine.
Yeah, I'm not. It's just the facts.
I want to read this book. Excuse me. Ooh. What?
10%. Is it like $20 off?
We're gonna get San Pellegrino. Bad Gays. Ooh.
Oh,
That one is
B-Boy Blues. Yes.
Yes. I am working on The Adventures of Amina Al-Sarafi, which I really like. I just haven't had a lot of time to read it. So I'm about halfway through. 258 pages. And
I'm glad you're liking it.
Robin being absent, and I was like, that's fine.
I did.
I think Robin and I have similar opinions on that book. So.
I don't
Is
want
that
to hear
also aggressively fine?
It was
No, I think it's better than fine, but it's not for me.
Hey.
Good
God.
No, Renee says it's aggressively fine.
Jeez. The Curse of the Mysteries and Iron Gold. I keep telling myself I want to go back and reread Red Rising. I don't know why, and I'm not. I'm just not going to do it.
As someone who's just reread the first 5 to get to the 6, I think you could just start with Iron Gold if you wanted to hop in.
Just don't bother.
Well, there's also that, but I'm just saying that, like, I just don't think the first trilogy, like, it's there, but it's like you can watch the prequel Star Wars without. I don't know. It's just like they're not the same.
Yeah. Because I just, when the new one comes out, I'm like, I kind of have FOMO, but then I think about when I read Red Rising, and I'm like, do I want to do that?
Also, it's not like Darrow hasn't been likable to me in so long, and he finally just became likable, and I'm like 7,000 pages in. You want that for yourself? Like,
Angela.
Yeah, Angela, you have a habit of doing this because you did this with Wheel of Time as well.
I at least enjoyed reading. The process of reading Red Rising didn't hurt me. I don't know why I did Wheel of Time. That was a mistake.
I don't know either, because how many books is that? 13?
15.
15 books.
Don't even think
because I stopped at book 3. I was like, for a year, told myself I was going to read book 4, and then I finally gave up.
I told you not
Sounds
to.
like it's 14 too many.
Yeah. Well, in the 14th book, there is an infamous chapter called The Last Battle that is, I kid you not, 10 hours on audiobook.
Is this Game of Thrones season 8? What?
No, absolutely not. That is Jesus.
Oh, also, the battle doesn't end in that chapter. So
I would throw the book. The prose is so purple. Giovanni's right. Is that James Baldwin?
Yes. Meanwhile, I forgot this is an aggressively fantasy crew.
Oh.
So here I am.
What's in your stack?
Picture books. Picture books are in my stack. There we go.
You got Bigot and Bessie, or which one did you put in your story?
Well, if you don't stop talking about that damn this Bigfoot. I don't know how the hell you got bigoted.
I saw Ashley. I was like, Bigot and Bessie?
It said Bigfoot and Bessie.
Okay, yeah, I had.
I'm still curious about this picture book that features Bigfoot now, though.
Robin, is this the novella you had, and you were like, you should read this one because you just sobbed?
Potentially anything he writes makes me cry. So,
and that's hard to do.
Wait, what'd you say, Steph?
And that's hard to do.
That is hard to do.
He tries
to cry.
Interesting. Yeah, Red Rising was just fine. 10-hour battle that doesn't end. I would, Robert. We need.
That was actually Sanderson who wrote that one.
Oh yeah, because it's at the end. Well, that tracks. I like.
I was mad because there was just no reason why it couldn't have been broken up into other chapters. Like it had like chapter breaks with character point of view changes. Like there was no reason. There was no artistic reason.
Are you gonna watch the second season?
I haven't decided yet because I was really bored with the first season.
I just want to look at Lan.
He might be there, but honestly, if they're doing the plots I think they are, he might not.
Jesus, I can't sit through that. That was a mess.
You're on. Oh, she's on the phone.
And every day the
way. Yeah.
Is that the one?
Yeah, just sobbing for hours.
Sometimes I'm in the mood for that. Not right now. Emotionally manipulative is the phrase you're looking for. Is it a short version of A Little Life? Is that what it's like?
It's more like, I mean, I've read a few of his works, and like, I think emotionally manipulative is the right word, but it's also like, I don't know how he's so good at culturally, emotionally manipulating us because he's like Swedish, I think.
Mm-hmm. Heartwarming isn't cute, or ball my eyes. It's like, which one is it? Yeah, I haven't been in the mood for sadness lately, which is surprising, but I'm not reading as much these days because life be life, and it's fine. It's Nigel, please. No one wants to hear you licking your paw.
Let Nigel live, okay?
I forgot who's here. You and Alan. I would pick him up, but I'm not supposed to, so I'll let him. Yes, I need a warning. Also, I'm not reading this, but I got this book today and I must show everyone because it's so beautiful, and Fairy Loot I will never give it up, but I got this.
Oh, I saw that at the bookstore and I was curious about it.
Yeah, I took a picture.
I hadn't heard of this one, but
it's a Harper Voyager, right?
Mm-hmm. And it is just, sorry if you didn't get your Fairy Loot book in the shop, but this thing is gorgeous.
I think it's the start of a duology. When I was at the bookstore, I think that's what it said.
Ooh, I don't keep up with the books. Just show up, and I'm like, ooh, very pretty. But this one is.
I was like trying to stop myself from buying like four hardbacks at the bookstore this weekend, so I was having some problems.
What did you stop yourself though? Why?
Because they're $30, and like that hurts me.
Oh. Yeah, the price of books is like, God. If you just go to like an indie or even Barnes and Noble, you're like, oh, I bought 3 books, and they're like, that'll be $98, please. And I'm like, what? sob in an hour. Right.
Give it half an hour.
Yes, that edition is gorgeous. You might sob before that. Look at that, Nigel. In your honor. Little rapscallion. Has anyone read Vampire?
I haven't read Vampire del Norte, El Norte, can't remember what the article is.
Is it considered gothic at all?
I think Mara thinks it's more gothic than horror.
Okay.
But I haven't read it.
I want to, but no. You'll be sobbing in 20 minutes. Inflation is a scam. I hate everything. Do we want to go ahead and do our first only sprint?
I don't know what Robin's reading yet.
Did you make her mind?
Yes. I'm probably going to continue hate listening to this Catherine Center book.
You already know my feelings, which I will not publicly say. Catherine Center, because you were warned.
I was, but I thought maybe because it was something different, it was a different book, maybe.
No, ma'am.
Like, I hate everybody.
Did you read The Bodyguard?
No, but there's things that I can't I literally cannot publicly talk about this.
Because I did The Bodyguard.
There's ways that I found this book through different parts of the community that is often not discussed. And so, yes, we will talk about this later. I cannot talk about it publicly.
Wait, what is this book even called? Hello, Stranger. I wish I was still a stranger to this book. But here we are.
But you're going to finish it. The Hacienda.
The Hacienda was great. I liked the Hacienda, but like that's why I don't know if this one would be gothic, just because everyone thought the Hacienda would be gothic, and I didn't think it was gothic. Does that make sense?
Renee, IDNF that'd be a 30, 40, I can't remember how much, and I just was like, what is this? The book was terrible.
I think I'm going to see if I have the brain cells for a Karen Lord book. I haven't had brain cells in days, though, so no promises. I have a Court of Mist and Fury on deck if my brain cells don't show up.
Wow.
In days, I've been gone for months, so that's not bad.
Angela, why are you like this every time we're together?
It's not intentional. I think you're just the only one who calls me out.
When we're together.
Is it a new Karen Lord book? Or
this is the one that's coming out at the end of the month, The Blue Beautiful World. So, you do need to read The Best of All Possible Worlds first, and that's honestly the one that I would most recommend of all of her books anyways.
So is it just like a companion, or is it a duology?
This is the third book. There's actually a second book. And like the thing is she like the way that she world builds, this is a sci-fi world, is like if you jump in the third book, you can, but you will have no context for anything around you. And you're just like hanging out, being like, I have no context. And she doesn't this is a short book. She doesn't re-explain things. She's just going.
So you better pick it up or you're going to get left behind.
Yeah, she doesn't hold your hand, I guess. But this is fun because this is the first one that's on Earth. We've known Earth existed, but now we're back on Earth, and they're about to meet aliens. Should be fun.
Wait, what has 5 editions? Are you talking about the new Sarah Janet? That's not out?
No, I just have A Court of Mist and Fury. That's the only book I can reread because it's right before it gets too long. It's still too long. It's still 200 pages too long. But at least it means it's only 600 pages instead of 800.
No, I believe that is the greatest standalone to ever exist.
Yeah.
Love it.
Although here's what I've decided, because you know what happens at the end of that book? I always want to read the third book. It tricks me. It makes me think the third book's good and it's not. But now I like the first part of the third book. So if it tricks me, I'll just read that till we finish the first part of the third book and then stop.
Did you read A Court of Silver Flames?
Yes, I've fortunately read everything but the short stories because I refused to read accessory short stories for any of these extended worlds.
That's her name, Sarah Janet Maas.
Maas.
I used to call her Sarah J. Maas, but then I realized it was Maas. I'm like, this is way worse, but okay, if that's how your name is.
Yeah, I just say, Sarah Janet Maas, but usually when I'm trying to be extra. But Gothic, I've realized Gothic TV, Gothic movies are my jam, but the books don't work for me, which makes me sad. But
you need the music, you need the lighting.
Yes, and usually my mind is good at creating all of, like I have a good imagination and can see things, but God, I just be bored. 'Tis not for me. It is. The series, don't know her. I'm just reading it because the the hold is really long for the audiobook. But probably on my reread before the next one comes out, I'll listen to it because I heard it's real good.
Jess, do you have script?
Yeah.
I think it's on there.
It is.
I always seem to I'll use script and then I'll forget about it for like 2 months and then I'll be like, oh yeah, I have that. Back to it. Actually, what are you doing?
Yeah, but Renee, she would also add a sex scene in there as well. So
Mid-fight, like everything, it's literally they're about to clash, somebody's about to die, and then it's like zone out over here.
Here's the thing. I don't actually hate the fight scenes. I hate that nothing of consequence will happen in the fight scenes.
Yeah.
This is what I hate about her.
No stakes. You're like, okay, one minor character might die, but that's about it. That book was like...
Oh, I haven't read that one. Like I said, anything shorter than a novel I have not consumed by her.
It was just like, sex and Christmas shopping. I love me a good gothic book. What's a good gothic book?
Nothing that you would read. So why are you asking?
What if I want to change my mind, Ashley? Maybe I have a video. Try gothic again.
Boy, I need to
the
film
next
this
video
video.
is I'm in a slump.
What are you gonna film? Can we know?
Talking shit about the things that have book community in a chokehold. The same conversations we have every single year.
Oh, I can't wait.
Consumerism. Are audiobooks really reading? I don't think you're reading all those books every single year. What about piracy? Just use the library.
Oh my God. I was like, you leave off piracy, I'm not watching. Because that one, it's like clockwork. Someone's like, wait, we haven't had a stir up yet. Let me do it.
So Ashley, I don't know if you've gotten to read, or I'm sure you've seen the books. It's really popular, The Cat Who Saved books. All of these conversations are done in a very elitist way in that book. So being on the bookish internet, this book is telling me, well, you can't listen to books like you do music, so we have to make them shorter. And I'm listening to the audiobook of this book telling me, I'm just like, I hate this so much. It's this dumb, cute Japanese book with a cat, and I'm so angry.
Iconic, isn't she? It's a casual pour.
Meanwhile, I'm drinking this straight, mind you. So
I love it.
When I say 2 sheets to the wind,
I'm very
boy,
excited for this video.
Give it to me. Ooh, Fourth Wing.
Fourth Wing was trash.
I had a good old time.
Everybody loves that book, and I thought it was horrible.
Did you make it?
Dude, I was trapped in the Panama City airport, and I loved that book because I was trapped in the Panama City airport.
No, you loved
wedding
it.
week.
It was fun.
Why? Is this the first book that most people have read with freaking dragons? Is that the appeal?
Some people. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It just hit the right time. I was not looking deeply at anything. I was like, plot holes where? I don't know.
I think you were using too much logic when you were reading it. You were just...
You gotta let it. You gotta...
That book had plot holes like a slice of Swiss cheese.
Actually, you can't be
Swiss
freaking
cheese
when
is
you
very
read it.
good.
What is that? Exactly.
No, it's not as disgusting.
I mean, I don't actually disagree. I just,
No, it's stinky. It smells like feet. It's booty. So there you go.
I just was having me a grand, and when people are like, I'll hear people, and I'm like, oh, that's funny. I don't remember that, but yeah, that's it there.
You're not talking about an aggressively mediocre book. Fourth Wing.
I'm gonna read that second one. That the same day came
but
out.
I'm still gonna read the second book.
Are you gonna make a video then? Please?
No, I refuse because there's too many of y'all making these videos. I'm not finna join the group.
Listen,
this is group effort.
I don't want to see any hour-long discourses about book 2. I don't want to see it.
Yeah. What about 59 minutes? 48?
30.
22.
A hard 20. Okay. For the 22? Okay, I see you, Robin.
Are you sure? That's it? That's the maximum? I can drag it out. I'm not allowed to? Okay, fine. It doesn't mean they aren't amusing. I mean, sometimes, I don't know.
I live with a toddler. Okay? So
It's like not amusing.
that shit is not amusing.
I am so impressed with how many copies of that book the Cuyahoga County Library has purchased. It's bonkers. It's
Okay,
like,
listen, I'm just tired of y'all. The book community in general. I am tired of y'all and your influence and what it does to public libraries. It's tragic.
I don't
like
think it had anything to
what's
do with
happening
Fourth
right
Wing
now.
and the public libraries. I think their marketing team just knew what they were doing.
Listen, the amount of copies of Fourth Wing that we've had to buy, the number of ebooks, the number of e-audio. I'm just so sick of it. I'm sick of it all.
It's truly in the hundreds. I'm actually astounded.
Yeah. I'm usually not with the hype train, but I was like, it just feels good to be on the train this time.
I just couldn't get with. Oh my God, he's so hot.
Yeah,
Right, girl.
Zayden Zaddy with an X.
Daddy, what? Daddy?
I said Zayden Zaddy with an X.
No. And their sex scene was like watching two rocks screw. Okay,
No, I thought that was
dry like the Sahara Desert.
I'm sorry. I thought their sex scene was exactly like the Twilight sex scene.
yeah, when they're breaking stuff.
Dry.
Knocking things over and lightning
I really could not unsee it when the lightning thing happened. I was like, oh, this is Twilight.
It's still better than the lightning sex scene in the Sarah J. Maas book, though.
Wait, which one? I don't remember that.
Yeah, which book?
Which
I
one?
think it's the second one. Oh, you haven't read it, Jess. Hunt uses lightning.
Oh,
you're talking about the.
Oh.
Okay, I haven't read that book either. I spoiled it from
Stark
stuff.
City books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't even know of. I've never heard of her before Fourth Wing, but yeah, I guess she has a bunch of romance.
But see, I have heard of her before Fourth Wing. She was
Oh.
really. She's always been big in the romance community. So for me, it was interesting because I said, "Oh, she's shifting," because I'm used to her doing contemporary romance. I've never really been into any of her stuff. But when I saw that Fourth Wing was coming out, I said, "This is a genre like hard switch, contemporary romance,
Now fantasy,
fantasy." I was like, okay. So for me, that's honestly what intrigued me because I was so familiar with her prior. I was like, I wonder how this switch is going to be. But then, at first I was like, oh yeah, vibes. And then there were no more vibes to be had.
vibes dropped, lost,
Dried up.
Not a midnight
Dried up,
release.
crisp.
Oh my god, that makes me think of high school.
I think that's why I love
the
this.
midnight release.
When's the last time they did that? Because I know here comes the bad words, but the last time I would go to those for Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
I didn't know
That was the
still
last
did
time.
midnight releases.
I don't think any other books ever had a midnight release.
No.
Besides Harry Potter.
Twilight.
That is wild. Okay, yeah.
Like I know my bookstore will do they do the Lock Tomb release parties, but that's just during the day, like normal. With a cake.
Yeah, I don't understand the because I heard of it from two people. I read a review and I was like, okay, I really like the sprayed the edges that were on the regular copy, and then it was just everywhere, and I was like, oh my god, where did this?
I literally knew nothing. Jess was just like, I'm loving it. And I was like, all right. And then I got it. I was like, look at that. There are dragons on here.
I don't care.
Well, then you and Ray changed your buddy read schedule to read it, and then you guys realized Ray hadn't read a dragon book before.
And it was her first dragon book.
It was her.
We all had to read that damn book. Okay, all right. We all buddy read that book. There have been better dragon books. Wings of Fire is a better dragon series.
Okay, yes, Susanna, it's really not that serious. You don't like it, okay, but literary analysis, okay, hang it up.
It is funny though, because before that book came out, I was actively curious about what book was going to win the Goodreads Choice Awards, because we didn't have a Cassandra, we had a Cassandra Clare, but I didn't think that one was going to win, and it was for young adult. And then we didn't have a Sarah J. Maas book this year. I didn't think And it's like, oh well, it's
Oh,
fourth wing.
fourth
That's it.
wing. Here we go.
It's done.
Can you imagine the upset if Fourth Wing doesn't win?
It wouldn't win to its sequel, maybe.
That would be hilarious.
The sequel would be up, right? The sequel could be up for nomination, correct? Based on
Well,
the
it depends on
guidelines.
when it drops in November. It depends.
Yeah, if it comes out in the first half,
The first half of November.
I think.
But it
Or
has
it's
to be on a lot
something-
of want to read shelves, I think, because they do it based off want to read shelves and ratings and stuff. I don't know. It's not a real thing. It's just a
This
self-book.
is an insane 55 audiobook copies is wild.
Well,
No.
the audiobook copies right now on little secret. The audiobook copies, well, I don't know if this is true or not. They have simultaneous use on Overdrive, which is what y'all see on the front end is Libby. They had 100 like simultaneous use copies, which was kind of like a good cheaper bargain than buying outright only one copy, one use type of situation. What I'm saying makes absolutely no sense, but it looks worse than what it really is. That's all I'm gonna say.
So the second one, Iron Flame, Goodreads says November 7th, so it's possible it'll be.
It's
I
possible.
don't know when their cutoff is because I feel like Sanderson had like one that was like November 15th or something, and it was still on the Goodreads awards. But that's gonna be interesting.
I think I think it's October is the cutoff.
Oh,
Oh, is this year that? Because every year it's slightly different because I think every year they change which sad people get to run it at Goodreads.
Oh, okay. I know.
there's
last
only two
year-
people who work at Goodreads, Angela.
Well, I'm just saying, it just feels like the thing of, oh, you have to do the Goodreads Choice Award. We've given you 2 weeks notice. Have fun.
They're like, "Dang, okay, we're cutting categories. I don't have time." Kelly, I hope this goes well. Well, I don't know what library tech program means, but everything sounds hard
Oh,
to my
your library work? I'm confused. Who, me? Was that a question for me?
Oh,
I'm
she was
also
just
not
saying.
sober.
Yeah. Well, you were
Oh,
saying like this doesn't make sense. So I think she was saying this is interesting to hear how your
Oh, okay.
library works. That is, they do. I see so many people going. They're like, "Isn't this out in 2 weeks?" And it's just on the shelf.
Meanwhile, my indie bookstore, they are always so regimented about it because they don't want to lose like privileges or whatever. So I have to like go in day of.
You're like, "Oh, I gotta wait."
Well,
Yeah.
they don't
Is that-
shelve them to the end of the day because they won't let them shelve them Monday night. So on Tuesday, they're not even on the shelves yet because they haven't restocked. So I have to like.
Dang. Is there?
Oh,
What's the before Fourth Ring? What was the last book at the library that you had this many like requests for and stuff?
you guess. It's only one name.
Oh, Sarah.
Girl, no. We passed that. Everybody over that. One name only.
We're past that.
Name start with a C.
Oh, Colleen Hoover.
Yes. She runs the streets.
We have so many copies. I
So
don't
many
buy-
copies.
Yeah, I don't buy for adult. I buy for children's or whatever. But one of my close friends at the library, she buys for adult, and she's like, "I can't tell you how many Colleen Hoover books I've had to buy." I'm like, that's tragic.
Steph, I didn't know you bought for kids.
Yeah, I buy. I'm a youth literacy librarian, so I buy the physical graphic novels, read-alongs, and like books on CD and stuff like that. And then I buy for Overdrive.
I wish that people see, this is proof. You are living proof that my job should be split into multiple. I buy youth, like children's and teens for the entire system, all categories.
Well, it's weird because for Overdrive, they had one person doing like all of it, and that budget is so big. And I was like, why are we doing this? So they recently split it up.
I do Overdrive by myself too.
It's crazy.
Poor Ashley.
Yeah, I can't imagine because I already get stressed out doing all of youth services.
Talk to my library.
Yeah.
Like, I'm calling on behalf of.
Remember, I'll be like, hello.
Ashley, give us a name and a phone number.
Because every time I tell people that, like, we're 13 branches. We're 13 branch system.
You're
We
bigger
serve-
than us too.
And you're buying for all of those?
Yes. Ages 0 to 18. Physical, ebook, e-audio, any AV materials. It is literally only me. It's just me with a county that's almost 500,000 people. I'm the only human.
And that's crazy too, because like imagine on Ashley's behalf. Like, not only is she you're probably spending like 50% of your work on just buying, but then you have program planning, you have to do weeding, you have to
processing,
yeah.
weeding.
You have to do
I feel
community engagement. Yeah.
Ashley has never felt so
Yes.
seen.
Raise for Ashley and somebody else to split up. Is it so? Do they do that on purpose, or have they just not been able to find? Or they're
No,
like,
it's literally been that way for forever, and I don't even think that I knew. Like when I accepted the job, granted, I love my job. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think I realized. So like when I talk to other librarians, and I'm like, hey, they're like, okay, so who does the purchasing? And I'm like, me. And they're like, well, who else? Me. We're like, huh? But it's literally always been like my manager. She used to do my job, and it was just her. So it was just like this trauma that has been passed on.
I made it. Now you can do it.
Is there? Do y'all
She
have
was
a-
outside.
Yeah, she did. She was like, "Wait, so you're outside gardening?" And I was like, "No,
Really
I'm
does it
inside gardening."
Okay. Oh, I got you. Strict on sale. I've heard about that. Like some you can put out early, but if there are some that you'd get in trouble for, it's very interesting. But yes, raise for Ashley. Do we start a petition? Do we need to send it in? We'll send it to you. Send it to your job.
Just give me an email address. We will have this. You will have this raised by the end of
Yeah.
September.
Robin has ways. Robin has ways, methods.
I mean, would you prefer the raise or just more help? Which one's better? I mean, both, obviously,
Both.
but if you only got one.
She'd probably want the help. I mean, the money's great, but like, it's so much work.
That just sounds, I can't even. We'll start the petition. We'll send it around. Yeah. Oh no.
I've never read Colleen Hoover book in my life.
Neither have I, and I don't want to because I won't like it, which like whatever. But what if I like it? And I don't know if I'm ready to unpack that.
You might. It's okay. I mean, like I've read some and I really like them, but I don't have like she has so many, and I haven't had like, oh, I want to read the more of them. Most of them, oh my god.
What happened? My computer died.
Oh. We're really just talking about the petition we're starting.
On your behalf.
Oh, and then Angela says, if you had to choose, would you prefer a team or a raise?
Like obviously both. In a dream world, you deserve both.
You know what? It's so hard because my manager asked me the same thing. She was like, Ashley, knowing you and your personality, do you think you could actually work with other people? And I was like,
well, asking the real questions.
I mean, it's kind of hard because the way that you do selection for children's, I feel like we would literally have to split up, like, this person does picture books, this person does graphic. And I mean, it would have to be somebody who like literally is on the same exact wavelength as me. It'd have to be the same exact wavelength.
Ooh.
So part of me would be like, just pay me more. Just pay me
Continue.
more.
You're currently not suffering too much. Just get more money for it.
Just pay me for the trauma. It's fine. But I think that when Tuesdays hit is when I'm like, holy shit. Like Mondays and Tuesdays are usually my worst day because Tuesday is, of course, new release day. Mm-hmm. And Tuesdays are also the day in which we do our major ordering. So when I say like, it's just cart on cart on cart on cart, and we order 2 months in advance. So I'm already ordering for October.
Oh,
so
how many carts do you submit in a month?
Oh man, Steph, you should ask them how many carts I submitted in a week.
Okay, see, we have strict deadlines, and those deadlines we can only submit 1 cart per month.
Oh no, I break my carts up down by collection, like because in the children's collection we have, you get what I'm saying, like board books, picture books, graphic, and then all. So honest, it's solely on me and whatever I put in that cart, as long as I'm matching whatever budget I have. So I look at the budget every week, and it's all on me. So I mean, if it's a heavy week, I could be sending our acquisitions coordinator anywhere between 14 and 20 carts, but that's on Baker and Taylor. That's not including Ingram. And then Overdrive I do by myself. So whatever decisions I make on Overdrive, I make by myself.
Okay.
And then we touch Amazon just a little. That's only if I can't find anything through B&T and Ingram, then I have to run to Amazon.
That's too much. That's too much.
I thank you.
Yeah, because Baker and Taylor really, really sucks.
They are the most trash group of humans that I've ever met in my life.
I didn't even think about it, but I should have reached out to you. You know, when the big blackout happened, where they shut down. That was a miserable time.
It was miserable. And then on top of that, Baker and Taylor, I don't know if y'all are dealing with it, but we've had issues since I joined the department. Baker and Taylor don't send shit on time. Mm-hmm. New release day could be on the 15th. Baker and Taylor said, "You ain't getting that bitch for another 3 weeks." And then they don't so we don't use Dewey Decimal. We use BISAC categories. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we access our whole nonfiction. So Baker and Taylor has our spreadsheet with our access categories. Something could be biography. Clearly, it says on the cover, biography. Baker and Taylor will put it in geography. I don't understand how you got from point A to point B. And then when you send them an email and say okay, these titles were accessed wrong. Okay, we're going to investigate. Investigate what? There's nothing for you to investigate. You just did it wrong.
It's so real because I don't know if y'all have this, but for our Baker and Taylor, we also opt into them cataloging them.
Yes, us too.
So when I was I still buy for graphic novels, but last year what kept happening is, you know how there's been a big insurgence of co-authoring in different graphic novels. So one branch would have it cataloged as one author of the duo, and then the other branches would have the other author, and we would be like, how did you do that time?
I had in the notes field, whenever you put stuff, when you start doing the lines in the notes field, I had to add notes. This is how you need to label this graphic novel because y'all cannot get this right. And then I get frustrated when I go and I do retro stuff, and I'm like, okay, so how did y'all not even do a complete record? You didn't even go with I'm looking at the bib record stuff, and literally I'm like, so we just didn't pull this from the OCLC at all. We just no. It'll be 6-7 lines, and I'm like, where's the rest of the bib record at though? What is going? So I got to a point at the end of the fiscal year. I said, I will catalog everything by myself. I'll download the records. I'll do everything. I'll just do it by myself because I don't trust y'all at this point.
So what you're saying is you would not like a team. Yeah, no, it's just gonna be.
Well, I mean, it's so. I think people don't realize how much happens on the back end. We use the library. People library halls. Come to the library with me, and it's cool. But the back end of it, especially when you do collection based stuff, is so wild what's actually happening on the back end that you have a newfound appreciation when you literally have to be in a system creating a record. That way you as a library patron on the other side can see it in your catalog. There's a lot of it's not coding, but it looks like coding on the back end, to be honest with you, where you have to do certain things and certain processes, and we pay for Baker and Taylor to do that for us. Do you think Baker and Taylor does that? Absolutely not.
It's wild because I remember in my master's, the cataloging was the hardest class that I took, but I'm glad that I did it and took both versions of it because I have to do so many things in the computer where I'm like, oh, everything's wrong. Why are we paying you for let me just go in there and fix that, because there's keywords, and we have to fit. The keywords are really tricky too, because if y'all didn't know, like when you're going on, I don't know, Google, and you type in like types of books that you like, or if you just put in like summer books or whatever, like those are just keywords that you're using for search, and we have to be like cognizant of that and be like, yeah, let's make all these keywords for this book.
650 field is detrimental. Like if you do not have the right subject headings in a bib record, when y'all go and you search, if you can't find certain things, it's like we start looking at the bib record in the 650 field to make sure that the subject headings are right. I'm sorry, I said it's OCLC, which is
no, they're talking about OTL, which is like the Owenstown Live.
Oh, I'm about to say.
But like, I'm sure there are other acronyms we've been using, but
Angela, here we go. Here we go. We would have been straight if me and you wasn't alive at the same time.
Look at y'all educating the masses, making people tell me. I did one semester of the library science program, and I knew it was not for me, but I love hearing.
Library school is trash.
Yeah.
I want to be Ashley's intern and fix everything, and that's like my dream. I'm so good at that work. Because of my degree, no one believes me that I just want to do that tedious fix everything and make it all perfectly aligned OCD level work. It's all I want to do. No one will pay me because they are convinced I don't want to do it.
What about the library programs is like, why is it trash? There's something specific in the courses or?
Well, my personal opinion is if you're going into public librarianship, it's a waste of your time.
It is. Oh my God. It's a waste of money. It really was.
Because I've learned everything that I know about being a librarian on the job. And I can say, as someone who's been in 3 different systems, every system is completely different. So it's almost like starting over when you start a new system. So
it's literally, the only thing is that I know that some libraries now are starting to pull back on having an MLS or MLIS as a requirement for a professional position, but it's not a universal like thing. Yeah. So sometimes in order to get a professional position, you do have to have that degree behind you. But I started school when I had already been working in a library.
Same.
So going to class, it was kind of like it was side eyes the whole time because it was like, I'm already doing this. Like, this is awkward. Or it's like, oh, you have to do an internship at a library. And I'm like, bitch, I already work here. So like,
yeah, when I was in library school, I was already a library assistant for teen and youth services. And I had to take a bunch of youth services classes. And I remember one of my teachers literally gaslit me into believing that what I was writing in my papers was wrong because he's been researching it for so many years. And I was like, but I'm literally working in the field. I don't understand.
Oh, this is true though. The co-customer service thing is a real thing. And it's primarily for people who are front facing because it is customer service. Yeah. Unfortunately, when you're back of the house, when you end up doing more like collection development stuff, it's still customer service, but you're dealing with your colleagues at that point. But I know for people who do like front end stuff, there's a huge, even within my system, there's a huge emphasis on customer service. You want to be fun and engaging and helpful, and
you have to grin and bear some things.
Well, and like I said, every system is different. So like I went from a system that had specific reference desk librarians. So that was like their position. So they're on the reference desk doing that and facing the public. But now at the system I'm at, every librarian does reference. We have to do at least 4 hours of reference a day.
Ooh, child.
Yes. Research is what I wanted to do. And then I was like, but my library does is that easy to add or?
I think it's up to it would be a compilate. It would be, I can't talk because I'm drunk, but it would be, the C word, COMPIL, compilation of. I couldn't get it out.
Complicate.
I think that your technology and also your collection development team would have to work kind of hand in hand with that. And it, like Steph has been saying, like it's gonna vary from system to system. Like we don't do it. I'm glad we don't.
I don't do it.
I mean, I would, but I'm sure the back end of it probably is probably a lot to do that on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nigel's taking over. He's hosting. So, yeah, that's.
It is.
Also, I felt you in your comment earlier about summer reading being over. This is the most draining summer reading I've ever experienced.
I'm so sick of it. The medals and the prizes.
People are still picking up their books until the 31st of August, and I was like, no. No, books away.
I have a wheel at my library and I always want to spin it, but then I think of you guys and like, no, I won't. I'll just take my books. I'll leave.
Y'all, it's so, if I get any more emails, we're out of board books. It's the summer. You're not supposed to have shit. But come September, we have too much. Where can we put it?
I'd be big tired. Tab my reading spreadsheet. Yeah, I mean, it's a fun little feature mine has, but I can see it being a little pain.
As a kid, I loved it because it was like an excuse for my parents to take me to the library.
I'm dead. If you came here for sprints, I'm sorry.
I don't know who really
when
thought
it said BYOB, did you really think we would be reading?
I didn't think about it.
Of course.
Someone asked what's OTL, and the OTL kickoff is on top, and I was explaining shit about the OCL.
She said, so see how it works in the library is.
Girl, you've been drinking too much.
No, I love it. But look, you
As
just
she does
knowledge.
another pour. But honestly, after hearing about your job, I feel like you deserve.
True.
Well, because I spent 4 hours on my knees today, which it wasn't pleasurable for me. So there's that.
What? Doing what? You have to like.
Okay, so
inventory
Steph, I don't know if you have to deal with the same thing or not. During like our holiday seasons, so we're big enough that we have a repository. So we keep everything that's holiday based and things that don't circulate as well in that repository.
Yeah.
So Halloween's coming up, and so it's about time to start sending out those Halloween books, but all the Christmas books weren't shelved.
Oh.
So I spent time on my knees. Not romantically or fun or engaging or wild or freeing, but I was on my knees shelving today. So my knees feel like trash.
They should really pay for us to get some knee pads.
Well, if I had some knee pads, 4 hours on my knees could be pleasurable. In the right circumstances.
Could be. Mm-hmm.
Maybe Robin's not the problem.
I haven't said a thing.
I know Robin's just been.
Robin is how this conversation got going.
I know. I was like, "What is she spelling?" She says C-O.
Because Robin's the one who's like, "What did you do on your knees for 4 hours?" She asked the question.
I mean, you don't just say that and just leave us hanging. I'm too curious for this.
Yes, some cushion for the right occasion.
Our libraries check out gardening tools and seeds.
Oh,
and pressure washers.
I want to do that so bad.
That's amazing.
It's cool stuff until you get I think you get the stuff back and pieces and parts are missing, and that's but it is cool because communities love it. Like, I mean, like pressure washers, like DSLR cameras, lighting kits, all types of stuff. People can check that stuff out.
That's awesome.
So cool.
Yeah.
I've been
especially like if you have like a family event, you just really want a nice camera to take pictures for that, and you have it.
Exactly.
I've been really looking into that. What is it called? Just it's a specific library.
Library things.
I think so, yeah.
That's what we call it, yeah.
Okay, I think that's what they would want to call it. And so, but at my library, we have to do reports about why we want to bring certain things into the library. Mm-hmm. So we have to give them like and statistics and this and that and the other thing. I was going to say, if you guys do that, maybe you could do that about getting somebody on your team. But if you don't want to work with someone, get the raise.
Musical.
Yeah, libraries are so different nowadays. Yeah, we do. We have cake. We have baking materials. We have a woodworking shop.
Amazing.
We have a recording studio at 2 of our locations.
I'm pretty sure my libraries are the only place I can get free COVID tests anymore.
A recording studio, so like I can make a mixtape.
Yeah, no, people really do come in and make mixtapes.
Some have like 3D printing. Libraries are not just for books, man.
Yeah, maker spaces are.
My little local they don't have much because it's pretty small, but yeah, I knew, like, I've heard of different things at certain ones, but I didn't even think about or heard of stuff like musical instruments and the gardening and the baking pans. I love it.
You know, having fun isn't hard.
You have a library card. I seriously, I always laugh when people, no offense if any of y'all have ever said this, but when people are like, what is the future of libraries? And I'm like, you're seeing it. It's more than books. It's like maker spaces. It's taking out all these different things and tech-based, like, libraries are.
They're also such a clutch-free Wi-Fi. Like, I had to do an interview in New England, and I don't know if you guys have been to New England, but if you're in like Vermont or New Hampshire, your Wi-Fi and cell service is spotty as hell. And I had to do an interview, like a video interview, and I'm like, shit, where's the public libraries that are near where I'm going so I have something?
I need to go see. I've only been to my little one a couple times, but I love this because you know how the conversation about we don't really have a third place, like between work and home. And obviously they're usually mostly quiet, but I know some bigger libraries have like rooms and stuff you can like rent out.
I will say though that is kind of a misconception that libraries are just quiet places, because my library is loud as fuck.
My library is loud as fuck too. There's no, I don't know why people are like, oh, it's quiet, and that no. No.
So when people come up to us and complain, they'll be like, so and so is over there being really loud, and I'm like, it's a public space.
It's a public space.
The little one I have was very quiet, and then I just think of like my university library was pretty like, but I love that. Oh, this is great.
Do y'all check out hotspots?
We did during the pandemic, and then they had to stop because of like the funding for it, but they're trying to get another grant to make so that they can get laptops and the Wi-Fi hotspots again.
Don't do it.
I'm kind of interested how the laptop situation will work out, because it haven't worked.
Don't do it. My coworker, I love her so much. She sits right in front of me. So that's all we do. We talk shit all day. And she does our hotspots. Oh my God.
No.
We opened up a hotspot the other day. Okay, so somebody in checkout was like, Ashley, I don't know what to do with this. It smells like a barnyard. And I was like, what do you mean it smells like a barnyard? She's like, well, it smells funny. I said, does it smell like shit? And she was like, yes. So then I gave it to my colleague, and she was like, actually, it's human feces. I can't get to it.
No. Wait, Robin, was I talking to you about this? I was talking to somebody recently about how DVDs, when they get returned, grossest thing ever, because people will snort coke off of them, have robots on them. Well, they are so disgusting when they come out.
Yes, you can use another surface for those.
But hold up, first of all, let's be for real. The things that happen in public libraries, the stories, we could write books, and y'all just don't understand.
I used to work as a page at one and had to read all of the things, and she would tell us some of the best stories.
We have incident reports. I could read you a manifesto of things. Like, if any of y'all have a weak stomach, I'm so sorry. I'm going to tell kind of a gross story. But literally yesterday at the library, there was this man. He was on the catalog, and he was asking for help or whatever. And then suddenly he starts making this noise. And we were like, are you okay? And he was like, move out of the way. And vomited everywhere. Just nonstop. And then we were like, oh my God, okay, let's call the paramedics because it was like real bad. And then he stops and he looks up and I was like, okay, well, we call the paramedic for you. So if you just want to sit down and we'll get, you some towels and stuff. And he goes, no, I'm good. Ran out the door. And then because it's a biohazard, we had to rope it off and then call Public Works because anything that's a biohazard, like our janitors can't touch it. And Public Works let it sit there for 2.5 hours.
Oh gosh. At least we don't have to do that, but it's true. The things that you see, and I work in a metro area, so the things that I see, I literally had someone coming yesterday, tube top, stomach out, no shoes. I need my ID. And I said, oh my God, I need to be in the back. Why am I not in the back? You have my birth certificate. And I was like, then I looked at security and I said, ain't this the same woman that cussed y'all out? Because she came in with no shoes on and y'all told her she had to leave. This girl was walking through the library.
Yeah, we have a lot of that too.
What around the books?
Well, that's what
I had when I worked at a branch, she was infamous, okay? Like, apparently at one point I only had to deal with her once because it seemed like we always missed each other. But like she was watching some because the internet's not blocked. Mm-hmm. So she was watching some not like on a porn site, but she was watching some stuff in a very public area and there were kids around. And so she was asking, hey, there's kids. You can't really be watching some girl on her knees shaking her ass. I mean, no judgment, but there's minors. You know what I'm saying?
The place to do
so
that.
She told my colleague at the time that she would fuck her up. Then she told the teens that were sitting behind her that she was going to shoot them. And then she went to the children's area and did one of these with the kids in the children's area and walked out. So then this shit is hilarious. Like,
I think it's amazing that Ashley and I are sitting here cackling about it because it's like our trauma response.
And now when you look back at it, it's always funnier than when you're in the moment. You're like,
but like she came back in so she looked one way, right? She came back in like hair done, makeup flawless. So we didn't know that it was her. And then somebody was like, yo, I think that's such and such. So I was in the back and I was a supervisor at the time. They're like, Ashley, I think such and such is here. And I said, oh, bro, really? So then like I had to go up. I was like, listen, all shade, all tea, you can't be here. You gotta go. Like you can't be in this building. And then she was like, she said, you ain't nothing but the big black receptionist. I started laughing. It just started going on and on and on until somebody was like, can y'all just call the police at this point? Because we were laughing. And I called the police. She's like, I'm recording you. I'm calling my lawyer. I'm done. Meanwhile, her phone wasn't even turned on. I found out later on. So then she walks out. Police come, and then me and a police officer get into it, which, I mean, it is what it is. Me and a police officer get into it because he's like, oh, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We don't know if she's supposed to be here or not. I said, sir, if I walked into your precinct and said I was going to shoot you, would it be a misunderstanding or would you have me locked up and in the cell immediately? Hilarious. He was like, oh, I said, it must be your first day. Please remove her and tell her that if she come back, she's going to get a trespass charge. But I tell y'all, you have to be built a different type of way. So working libraries, people think I'm playing.
Yeah, because
out to y'all. Because
people give birth in library bathrooms.
Yeah,
people perform sex work in libraries.
We had a whole sex ring. We had a whole sex ring happening in ours. And and so what's crazy about the police too is it's like there's no point in even calling them at that point anymore because they'll come in and they'll be like, well, you have to do a citizen's arrest. And you're like, what? I'm literally being threatened. My life is being threatened. I think that's enough.
Yeah. You're not just gonna skate past the sex ring part.
It up. Steph is right because to us, when you say sex ring, we're just like, oh, it's just another day at work.
I'm like, no, another incident report.
Oh, just another incident report.
another-
Somebody's performing sex work. Somebody's doing drugs in the stacks. Just another day.
Yeah, because the thing is, right, like, unless minors are present, like, we, at least in our area, we can't tell somebody to not watch porn as long as they're not, like, touching themselves or anything. We can't stop them from watching porn. But the other day,
Crazy.
the other day, somebody called me because I'm, like, when I'm on the floor, I'm technically a supervisor. And they were like, hey, so somebody's butt ass naked. And I was like, what? And they were like, yeah, he came in clothed and then he was on the computer and somebody came up to me and was like, that man's over there watching porn and he doesn't have any clothes on. He was just naked, like the day he was born. And I was like, and we go, hey sir, so you've got to wear clothes in here.
But it's wild that, but like, people think that this stuff is like, it's so day in, day out for us that it's normal, when it's like, hey, we know that you're about to engage in self-love. You cannot do this in a public place.
No.
Like,
just because
it's
they're at one of the
amazing.
private study areas,
I
like, you
love
know, those tall
self-love.
ones, you still can't do that.
Oh my God.
I got cussed out once, y'all, because a woman fell asleep and then her boob popped out. And my manager at the time was like, Ashley, I'm a man. I just can't do this. I said, fine. I literally, like, walk around and there's, like, study cubicles, and this guy was like, I didn't look. I said, can you please just calm down? It's fine. I know you probably did look once, but it's fine. She's like, y'all, she's in the chair, like, snoring, titty just, like, hanging out. And I said, I literally stood there for a second. Meanwhile, I was pregnant at the time. Okay.
No.
It's in the South, heat of summer. I said, you know what? I really just do not have the patience for this today. And you can't touch patrons. You cannot touch them. So when they're sleeping, you have to find fun and creative ways to wake them up.
Slam your hand down.
You can't touch them. So like, she was in there. I mean, like, literally, titty just. I said, you can't. I'm just standing there looking at her like, so you telling me your nipples can't even feel the breeze? I was so agitated because I was hot. I was pregnant. I was ready to not be pregnant anymore. So I started beating on the table. She's like, oh my God. I said, and then I lied. I said, oh, don't worry. I said, nobody saw with me. I just, just wanted to let you know, you can't sit here and sleep. You got to be doing something library related. And she's like, oh yeah, it's fine. Like, I just, I didn't even realize I dozed off. So she got a book. Man, I went up to the front desk, I said, listen, she finna be asleep in 5 minutes again, and I'm gonna have to put her out. But I'm gonna go in the back and answer these emails, and I'll be right back out. So I went back out. I stood at the front desk and watched her sleep for another solid 5 minutes. I walked over there. I tapped her. I said, all right now. I said, and I told you that you had to be up. I gotta put you out. You stupid fucking bitch. I said, I don't get paid enough for this. She said, you set me up. I said, I set you up. You went to sleep. I told you not to go to sleep. I said, get out. I said, you know what? I said, get out. You got to go. I don't know where you finna go, but you got to get the hell up out of here.
You should get like two pans or to bang together. And like,
listen, she cussed me. No, when I tell you she cussed me out every step to that front door, she cussed me to hell and back out that front door. And the only thing I said is, and you be blessed. Between that and the grandma telling me it was okay that the whole building smelled like marijuana, I said, I don't know what profession I walked into.
Wow. If you were to tell me all these things and not say where they occurred, I definitely would not say library. I'd say maybe Subway.
No, I had two. They weren't teens at the time. They had to be like their early 20s. They hotboxed. They came in and they had just fit. Literally, they hotboxed in the parking lot and walked in. When I walked in, I said, now listen, I'm all about a little puff, whatever. It's fine. I get it. But you hotbox, so you smell like a straight ounce right now. You cannot be in here. The whole library smelled like weed. So I'm
Ooh.
spraying around. I'm spraying Lysol to get it because my boss's boss was finna come in. And I said, I'm the one in charge, and the whole library smell like weed. So I'm spraying. And this woman saying that the computer was like, you ain't got to spray all of that. I said, ma'am, no shade, but it smells like weed in here. Then the other lady next to her, who was old enough to be my grandma at the time, it's all right, baby, if it smelled like a little bit of weed. I said, I got to get the hell up out of here. I got to go. I got to go.
So
And
good.
patrons get so bothered with one another too. Like the way
Yes.
they fight with each other. Oh my god. And they'll come up to you and be like, so and so is over there talking a lot. We had one patron where she was just sighing. She just like was sighing about something when she was listening to her audiobook or whatever. And this man comes up and goes, you need to go over and tell this woman to stop sighing so sexually at me. And I was like, what? Yeah. He was like, she is sexually sighing at me. And I was like, is she even looking at you? Like, what's going on? It was like, I said, I can't do that. I'm not gonna do it.
I'm not gonna practice my side.
Yeah.
Listen. I saw two patrons fighting 2 weeks ago. They were literally, one was sitting on it's like a bench in front of the library. Somebody was sitting there. He was smoking his black. And literally, meanwhile, I'm trying to leave and go pick up my child. That's all I was trying to do. I was just trying to leave and pick up my child. And they start going back and forth. He's like, hey, you better get the F up. And the guy was like, yo, I'm just minding my business. Like, what do you want? So listen, like literally like two cartoon characters. They get in the street, not the sidewalk. They in the middle of the street, squaring up like this. Next thing I hear was pop, pop, pop. I said, oh my, and I literally, y'all, I was finna walk away and say, this is not my problem. And then a patron was like, oh my God, what's happening? I said, now I'm liable to help. Because if anybody finds out that I work here and I didn't help, I'm going to be in trouble.
That's like when there was this kid that was crying in the children's area and I was in the adult area doing reference, and these people got really upset. And like, I was trying to ignore it because like, a kid is crying, whatever. Like the kid was fine, they cry in the library. But then the person comes up to me and was like, I think you need to go check on that situation. I was like, well, there's a librarian in the children's department, so I'll just go call them. And I called and they were like, no, everything's fine. Like the kid was getting this therapy so that they could get used to wearing headphones and stuff, and they were just really bothered. And then so I was like, okay, cool. And then the person comes up to me again and is like really upset about the kid crying. And I was like, unfortunately, this is a public space. It's in the children's section. They're not in danger, so there's nothing I can do about it. They pulled up 4 other people to attack me about the child crying. And then in that situation, I had to go in there and be like, hi, how can we help you deal with this?
Are you?
I must performatively care about this kid.
It was fine. Like there was another librarian in there, and they just, one of the women who was in the group attacking me threatened my life and told me I was horrible at my job and all this stuff. And I was like, it was just a kid crying. It's not that serious.
Like, who doesn't? Sometimes just burst into emotion. Maybe they saw a beautiful book. You don't know.
Whenever a kid's crying on like when a plane comes down, I'm always like, same, because my ear is also always in pain. Like the pressure in the ear, like why they're crying, except I'm just an adult who can hold it inside, but I want to be crying and screaming like they are. I just know that it wouldn't be acceptable for me to be going, ouch, this hurts.
Well, oh no. Sorry. These people are white, aren't they? Are they a range of shades?
The ones that attacked me about the kids crying, yes, they were all white.
That makes sense.
None of mine were white.
Well,
I was stalked by a man, so that was the whole thing too. That's another side of it where things get a little out of hand and your library director doesn't do anything to help you.
Oh no!
Nothing.
Oof. Who knew the trials? You could have like a secret. Y'all have burner accounts where y'all just upload stories about what happened in
No,
the library.
you talk so much, I think, to your coworkers that, and then some things just kind of stay with you because they're just weird situations, just weird things that happen. But I promise you, I think when I retire and I no longer work, I feel like a book needs to happen. Collection of stories from librarians.
Oh, that'd be such
Yes.
a fun nonfiction.
Yes.
Collection
like-
of stories.
I feel like that doesn't exist right now because none of those damn librarians retire. They work till they die.
No,
I hate
but
jobs like that. Same in academia. It's like, oh, you want people to stay in academia, then you're 75. Step down. Go away.
but really, there are people literally when it's like you can tell it's time to go, sis. Like you don't even know. Like you at this point you are existing.
Mhm.
Like, why
This
are
is
you
a
here?
great question. How to sanitize your library books?
Think of it as just helping your immune system respond to new things.
No, but really, at this point, that's all you can do because sanitizing what?
A thought and a prayer.
There you go. Because the disgusting things we see when they get turned in.
My DVD at least came back cleaner because I had to use the Windex trick to make sure that the scratches would let me watch Grumpy Old Men.
Yes. Goodness. Who would know?
There are non-Facebook groups
Oh.
that
Are
are
you in
invitation only,
Oh.
that are not ALA think tank.
I remember when COVID was happening, they were trying to figure out what is the right number of days to leave the books in the buckets before another human touched them to like reshelve them. I think 72 hours was
It
their
was
magic
72
time.
hours for us. We would put them in a room and we would put like these books have been collected on this date, and then we knew after 72 hours that's when we were able to check them in. But I went back before staff went back, so everybody got put on lockdown in March. I was back in the library in July.
I remember when I accidentally got like 10 or 12 books out of the library that I wasn't expecting to come in at once because I was in a new library system that worked way faster than my old one, I guess. And suddenly they're like, don't bring your books back for like 8 months. And I just had this huge stack of library books at my house with a bunch of books I didn't really like like I read them all, but I was just like, I don't want these books around anymore. They do not spark joy.
Yes. At least I know, at least we could go to bed knowing that, I haven't done much good in my life, but at least I have not traumatized a library. No.
Have you not? Are y'all sure?
I'm sure.
Not intentionally.
Because these stories are just the tip of the iceberg.
I'm
Because it'd be the most simple things too. Like the patrons who come in and act like their library request is a health or medical emergency.
Or when you
That's
put
it.
something on
I even
hold.
forced myself to try and use the printer by myself. I'm like, no, don't ask the question. Try to follow the stupid sheet.
I'm reading. I'm like, step 2, press. Okay. But the only thing I will say, when we were younger, my mom would our library was maybe a 5-minute drive from our house. So she would drop me and my sister at the library, and she gave us, or for a while, she would just be like, ask the librarian to use the phone to call her to pick her up, because obviously there weren't cell phones. And then they got mad after a while and they said they couldn't, so she had to give me a calling card and I had to go use the payphone outside. So I guess that's the only time a librarian didn't like me, was because we always had to use the phone to call home.
I don't know. I feel like I have a lot of patience especially for kids. And that's like primarily who I work with. So like I have a lot of patience for kids. I have less patience for adults these days, and especially when it's like you put a book on hold and then you come in 30 minutes later and you're like, is my book ready? And you're like, did they tell you?
In what world would you think that your book would be ready in 30 minutes? Like,
Wait, how does the library have bed bugs?
I'm going on vacation in 5 minutes and my book is not here. Well, girl, there's hundreds of books right there. Go look if I for you to read. Because at this point, I don't know what to tell you.
Wait, how did you wash the book? Was it in the washing machine?
Paper is a really bad surface for germs, okay? It's just not a good surface. You'll be okay.
Oh,
You asked about bed bugs. I don't know where that was, but bed bugs are very common in libraries because of, the different types of people coming in with different like housing circumstances.
I wouldn't think of that.
Yeah.
Sheesh. Overdue. Reckoning with
the book already out. Sort about this with other school experience with So someone who has limited experience of libraries wrote a book.
Reading project, Ashley.
Y'all, you already know what my thoughts are. If you know me, if you've never met me, if this is your first time ever communicating with me, you finna learn real quick. Like, absolutely not. Like, why are you writing about? Never mind. I ain't even know what I'm at.
You know what's funny, Ashley? The first time I did meet you, it was like in a Zoom situation, and honestly, I don't think I knew that this was coming. You were having a really good day.
Boy, and then I woke up and went to work today.
Hey, she seemed really upset that I asked for the phone. We only went once a week.
Kids are easy though. I feel like the kiddos are not like the kiddos and the teens are not the problem. Although me and the teen, like I cussed them straight out, but it's fine. It's fine because we made amends, but he had to know. And he had to know, and the kids that I was working with at the time, it was that type of relationship was like, you cut up, I'm finna fuck you up. And I'm gonna put you out for a day, come back tomorrow. That way I know that you know how you're supposed to act. Don't come in here acting foolish. You know better than you acting out of pocket. But I feel like the kids and the teens are easy. It's these adults that have been on this earth since the beginning of time, because some of them look like they've been here since the beginning of time. And I just don't understand like the things that they do. It just makes it's been some instances with adults where literally I have had nothing to say. And for me that's weird. I have had no response.
My favorite response these days is when they're getting an attitude with me and they want something from me, I'll be like, okay. Because there are some things it's just like I don't have any answers for you.
I don't have the spoons.
My friend,
I feel like sorry, go on, Angela.
Oh, mine's not important. Go ahead.
Go.
No, it's just like I hear all the stories from my friend. I remember one time she was venting to us because you always have to be customer facing when you're doing these jobs, and like the old people that came to her library would always snap and point at the computer to like get her to come hither.
Oh yes, that's very common. I would say that my biggest like thing that I get irritated about, and I have a lot of patience, I feel, compared to that was the thing I was gonna say. The thing I was gonna say is that I find that I work with a lot of librarians who are like their patience is this tiny.
It's not existent.
And like they'll snap at people really easily. So like when I hear your story, Jess, about that librarian getting mad, I just think of a bunch of people at my library who would get mad at something like that, and I would be like, why? But it's just I find that a lot of my coworkers, their patience, I don't know if it's just because of their experience or whatever, is very, very thin. But my patience only gets that way when you act like I'm IT, because I don't know your password. I can't find your password for you.
Why don't you know your password?
I don't understand that. I can't get into my Gmail. I don't know my password. Well, I don't know you. So what do you want me to do about it?
Or when they're like, when they do this, you come over there and you're like, yes, and they're just like to their computer. And you're like, what do you want?
You're the magical millennial. You must fix it.
You're supposed to know. Hello.
Yeah, they'll be like, this website, it didn't do what I needed it to do. And I'm like, what's the website? What do you need it to do? What are you trying to do?
Well, I don't know.
I used to work in a partly conservative part of our county at a branch. I've moved a lot through our system. And the comments that I would get I had to leave because I had said, I was like, if I don't leave, I won't have a job. The comments that I used to get, oh, you're one of the good ones. It was an older, like, white guy. He was like, oh, you're one of the good ones. And I looked like, count to 10, because if I say anything to this man, I know what's finna happen. Like, and I know what he meant. And I was like, I just can't do this. I can't do this. So the mother, when her child was swinging from a light, y'all, we had this play area and her child was swinging from the light. And I had no, like, I don't know how she did it. She had to scale the wall. It was like this play area. She scaled the wall and was swinging from the light fixture.
Impressive.
And I walked from it. Very impressive. It took me a second. I was like, dang. I said, you literally had to like scale the wall to get, but then like the adult version of me was like, oh wait, this is a safety hazard. Like you can't swing from the light fixture.
Can't allow this real life Spider-Man gymnastics to be happening.
It was fascinating because I was like, how did she get from point A to point B? And then it was like the adult version was like, actually, she get her down because she can't be up there. So I get and it was like a whole bunch of kids. It was just running wild. And so I was like, okay. So I said, everybody down, like story time circle. And I was like, listen, this is your space. I want you to have fun. Like, but you got to be safe. You can't swing from light fixtures. Like, I can't, because I have to send you back to whoever, your parent, your guardian, whoever that may be. Like, you have to be safe. I had a parent go to my colleague who was a white woman and say, who was that woman? She intimidated and scared my child. I said, you know what? I said, if I want to maintain, I said, listen, I said, if I want to maintain like being here, being amongst the people, being amongst the books, I got to get the hell away from here because I will lose my job. It was that. And then it was another family that came in. I don't know what was going on. I don't know if it was like a sister wives situation, but it was 12 kids.
Yeah, you do see some weird shit. You do see some shit. You're like,
It was a sister wife situation, I think, going on. It was like 12 kids between the two of them. And I just feel like all the kids were related. I literally just looked. Their kids were literally spitting on chairs, doing tumbling. Like this was a gymnastics park. And I literally stood, y'all, I said nothing to anyone. I just literally looked like, okay, like who do these kids belong to? And she told my supervisor at the time, she was like, that woman is making me feel intimidated. I'm not coming back. Wait.
Sorry.
Wait, what?
What?
That's not surprising though. It's not a thought.
And then probably asked her to help him with his password. Like, oh my God.
No.
I just
I don't know why this really got me in the giggle dip.
It should be as funny as it is.
What a wild place. Who knew the library was the Wild Wild West?
It is the Wild Wild West, y'all.
Have y'all always both worked in public, or have you ever worked in like a school?
No, I've only done public for the past like almost 8 years now. I've only done public. And I love public, but literally it is the public. So like because you get everything. My poor patrons, when we have sprints, I swear I'd be just dumping on them like, y'all won't believe what the fuck happened at work.
It's my favorite customers. I'm not coming. I don't care. Like I don't do it in person. I'm on the phone customer service, but I'm like, okay, leave.
But listen, let me tell you, with book banning going on, it's hilarious at this point because we'll get people who email. This one patron emailed. She was like, my 18-month-old touched a board book about gender. I said, wait, so your 18-month-old can read? And she was like, we're not coming back unless you create a separate section. Bitch, you still live in the fucking county. So you're still paying taxes. You're still paying my paycheck and you're still buying these books. So if you don't come back, You're still funding us. It doesn't
Yeah,
make a difference. Oh my
They
god.
touched it. What did that? Did that change their gender or?
Well, she
Did
was
they
just like she
mutate
was pissed. She
into
was
something?
pissed because he touched the book.
Yeah, we have some. That's. I think working with kids are easy. Parents are like the hardest, and then adults are second to it because I think adults and parents different breed. But like, I've been called a groomer so many times. I had somebody. I try not to like internalize a lot of things, but there was one mom who like I went home early and was just crying because I'm one of the few queer people at my library, and somehow she found out about that. I don't know if like one of my coworkers had said something or whatever, but yeah, the mom like went off on me and told me that she wasn't going to let her children around me and that she was going to talk to my director about me and stuff like that. Yeah, so
People are disgusting. I can't, because obviously I just see the stuff with book banning and the stupid parents and blah blah online, but I couldn't imagine dealing with those people in person.
It's sucky. Like my county my state was changing a law where originally librarians, with academic, public, and school were exempt from providing children with what they consider like pornographic material. Not that we ever would, but it was because just to create like a kind of boundary, like, okay, if we, give a book to a child that had a sex scene in it, but it was like for that age group, like we wouldn't be held accountable for something like that. They changed it, or they tried to change it to where people who are in my position, who are selectors, would go to jail for 30 days at minimum if we were found to give minors any type of book that they consider to be pornographic or inappropriate.
Mm-hmm.
So it just kind of sucks. I think people see book banning from like a very, I guess, I mean, if you're not in it, it's kind of hard. Like I have been, like when books get challenged, I sit on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
And books have been challenged. And so I've sat through those panels where people write why they don't want books in the collection. It is a very, and for lack of a better word, it's a very traumatizing experience. It is. Sitting on a committee where you have to decide whether a book stays or goes. And if you live next to counties that don't abide by the same, like, people have the right to read whatever they want, it makes things so complicated. Like I have to read a book that is a puberty book that came out a year ago because on our Urban Library Council listserv, there has been issues with this book and people are being forced to move. It's a book that's appropriate for middle school kids about puberty. But people are out of fear are moving it to their teen section because they just don't want to have to deal with the challenges or the attempts to ban the book. And so now I'm having to be proactive and read the book to prepare that if someone gets wind of this uptick in challenging of this specific book, that I have the facts laid out to say, no, we're not moving it. So it's a lot more on the back end. It's a lot of librarians who are getting doxxed and threatened, people showing up to their houses. And I keep telling people, like, that's the reason why I don't tell people where I live or what library I work for.
Mm-hmm.
Not just because it, two just don't need to be associated with my content creation, but also because I don't want to go to jail. And I want you to maintain living a healthy and fulfilling life. So for the betterment of the both of us, I just think that it's best if you don't know where I work for a living and that you don't know where I live, because I don't want to do time and I don't want you to be 6 feet under.
She's looking out for your best interest.
I'm looking out for your best interest because if you show up to my front step with a minor in my household,
goodbye.
I'm killing you on spot. And that's a promise. That's not a threat. I will kill you. And I've had to tell people that, like, I will kill you if you show up to my front step with my child in my house in an attempt to dox me and threaten my life. But that's something that I have to think about, like, because there are librarians who literally, like, I like my personal information, my address is on the internet because of book banning.
Mm-hmm. Wild is not the word. Do you have to? So when it's the because you know how I'll see it on TV, like stuff where it's like somebody standing at a podium and saying blah 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 why this book should be banned. Is it like that? Like the people, like you're there and the people who want to ban the book like in the same room?
No, because what you're seeing really is from a school library. So I feel I feel so much for school librarians right now because they don't have as much control as we do on the public side.
Mhm.
School librarians are usually themselves and maybe an aide. So it's a party of two. Where a public library, it's we the masses. Like we don't really care at the end of the day. Like we gonna do what we want to do unless funding is in jeopardy. For us, what I can say is that people are allowed to fill out documentation, and that documentation then dictates the next moves that we make. And even though your library may not you may not see it, it doesn't mean that it's not happening on the back end. I think a lot of people think like, oh, I'm in a liberal area and like I'm glad none of this stuff is happening. But the thing about it is that I'm also in a liberal county and it is happening a lot.
Mhm.
You just don't know because it's not public information. And most challenges and bannings are not public information. Most of what you see reported from the American Library Association is really not an accurate number because that stuff is not communicated with them. They don't really know what's happening. And a lot of the communication, I think, happens from a K through 12 level than it does from a public and academic level. So what we see is someone will fill out a form saying that they want this book reconsidered or they want it withdrawn. And then depending upon how a library may proceed with whatever plan they have in place, a committee will meet and they will make the final decision on whether that book should be removed, moved to a different section, or whether it should stay on the shelf where it exactly is. And it's people don't understand that like there are books that are I've never read. Like people could challenge me, I'm like, I've never read that book, and I have to read it, and I have to suffer. I had to read a teen book that was challenged, y'all, and it was the shittiest book. Like I'm like, I literally had to waste my time reading this shit. Like why the fuck am I reading this? But I had to read it because I had to be able to support why this book needed to stay on the shelf. It is exhausting. The reasons people give for the removal of books is just ridiculous. And there are people who have like, for us, we ask you, have you read the book? Do you know how many people be like, no, I haven't read it. So why the fuck are you challenging it?
They saw a word in the title. They saw a rainbow on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
No, really. We have people who will tell us that they'll see like, well, we saw that this county provided this list. So most of the challenges and bannings that are happening right now is because of these lists that exist. So people don't read the books. What they do is they get these lists from their groups, and then they walk to a library and they're like, I want all of these books removed or move to the adult section.
Why does no one have brain cells of it?
Child, they talk about their kids being indoctrinated. I'll be looking at them like, child, but baby, it's you that's indoctrinated. Because at this point, how you talk about your kids being indoctrinated and somebody is telling you how to move, shake, and do everything else in your life? Yeah. You might as well give them the keys, your bank account information, because clearly you can't function without somebody telling you what to do and how to do it. Because ain't nobody finna tell me what my child should and should not be reading. It's my child. If I push that kid through my cooter, who are you to tell me how I should be raising my child?
They always want autonomy until something like this, and they're like, oh no, I want everyone to do what I think I should do for my child.
It'd be blowing my mind. I'd be like, listen, you know how hard it is to get government support to get welfare? But you want to tell me what my child can and cannot read, but I can't get no help from my child whatsoever. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. The things that will literally help my child, like food. A loaf of bread is damn near $4. You can make bologna sandwiches for cheap.
Please, I was at the grocery store about to cry because I was like, my favorite pickles were almost $6, and I was like, I can't do it. I cannot do it.
I can't do it. Eggs just went down.
But then other stuff rising up.
But it's a shame that a poor man's meal is eggs and rice, and you couldn't even make that for cheap. Like,
nope.
What?
And then rice, Indians stop exporting. I don't want to talk about it. I'm triggering. This is so related but not related about people's children, what they can do, because Robin just reminded me of this child of T.I. who has these veneers that are so terrible, and I just need to show it to the world so that it's not just us.
Jazz, have you seen the guy? Have y'all seen the guy at all with the veneers that look like horse teeth? I gotta send y'all that video because he's like an inspirational speaker, but his teeth are so big, you can't focus on him. And people be like, bruh, like I'm trying to understand like what you were saying is motivation, but your teeth, bruh, like your teeth is so fucking big.
Robin, why did I click on this article that said T.I.'s son bites back at trolls? I can't.
No, because I'm not going to get over people talking about how he's going to take a bite out of crime. It's not.
The world. So many times, me and Robin, I swear, half of our conversations have been about people who like veneers by Vicky or braces by Bree. The people on Instagram who like are getting like an online certification for dental work, and people are going to them, and I'm just like, sometimes I had hope for the future, but now I'm not so sure.
None.
Okay, here's a really weird thing that happens at my work. Okay, my work, you have to have like at least a bachelor's degree to get in this building. Presumably, everyone has upper education. What is these? I can't handle this.
They look like horse teeth, like Mr. Ed.
Oh boy.
That was a jump scare if I ever saw one. Oh my god.
Why? Who looks at this and is like, yes? Mm-hmm.
You guys, there are diamonds on them.
Your teeth is too big.
It is.
Oh.
Well, where are the spaces? How do you floss?
You don't.
Stop it, Robin.
No, because why would you get a mouthful of Legos for funsies? I don't.
Y'all ever seen what's that gum called?
Chiclet?
Chiclets.
Yep.
They look like chiclets.
They're just all big, all the same size.
I gave up on brain cells when I went to work, and the women on my floor don't know how to flush toilets. Like, these are just normal toilets. And I'm like, how are you leaving your shit in this?
Oh my god.
Wait, hold on. You got the rewind.
So I work in a building. It's on a medical campus. You should, in theory, have a bachelor's degree or higher, hypothetically. Most people have a PhD on this floor. Let me just tell you, the average person on this floor has a doctorate or is pursuing one. There are 3 stalls in the women's bathroom. On any given day, somewhere in that day, one of them you cannot use because someone's put so much toilet paper that their pee, poop, whatever concoction cannot be flushed anymore. And they just leave it there. And they don't ask the janitorial staff for help or do anything. That's
wild.
Once, though, it was extra gross because they were on their period, which I know is not their fault, but why are you leaving that for me to see? This is my work.
I don't know how people get through life.
These are the smart ones, hypothetically. This is why when people are like, PhD means you're smart, I'm like, does it?
No.
We're all with the will he grow into them.
Will he grow into them? I can't.
No.
Jada. No. See what we're not going to do right now?
No.
Beaver, y'all are wrong. Y'all are wrong. All of y'all are wrong. Y'all are that Elmo meme.
Why are they... why are these people, and of course the people, because they're like, they want to make money, but I'm like, why would you want your teeth to just all look fake? Like, you can get them to look better without them just looking like white bricks in your mouth.
All white bricks.
Oh, people are just... No, there is none. We got to stop using common. There's
common sense is not common. We've been saying that for years.
Yeah,
All smart people are dumb. No
Yeah.
street smart. No common sense.
Just
I
Pretty
can't
horrible.
fathom it, just because, I mean, me personally, my entire life, I maybe my mom just raised me differently, but if the toilet suddenly was not working for me, I would feel traumatized to leave that for someone.
That's dirty. That go back up. Go back.
Which
Don't
one?
skip over that comment. Don't
Which
skip.
one? This?
He auditioned for Big Mouth.
Oh,
Don't.
and he
So-
should have got the job because they don't even need to animate his character. Just
At
look
this
at it.
point, he's on Nini's level.
Ooh. Yes.
Robin, were any lives spotted? No.
Women are gross.
Wait, what?
Under the bench?
Under
So she
the
had to like
bed.
go under, and how did I don't want to know.
No, that's not the problem. The problem is she put the shit in her hand and was like, bloop, and put it under there.
I will never forget the boy that I had to be in middle school, and they said they went in the bathroom and it was a horror scene because apparently he threw his shit all over the walls and on the ceiling.
How do you
I do have
I don't know how he did it, but he came back in the room and I was like, damn, something smells funny.
How?
My friend in
hard
college
do you
would
have
tell
to
me about the
smell it?
poop stomper in their bathroom. They would take a shower, poop in the shower, and stomp it down the drain.
Yeah, that's a thing. I used to work at a hotel cleaning rooms. That's a thing.
Shit in the shower?
Is that a thing?
I didn't know that was a thing.
No.
People do that. They just-
Why not just shit in the toilet that's right there waiting for you?
It just-
Pop a shower, go sit down and shit in
It's
the
so
toilet.
simple.
No.
I mean,
Me
everybody
too.
shits, but at the same time, like,
like there are appropriate places to shit. Like my cat knows to use the litter box. I just don't understand.
at this point, it's giving 2 girls 1 cup. I'm
Oh
just
my
saying.
Oh my god. What a throwback.
What a
Also traumatizing.
But I'm just saying, it's really giving 2 girls 1 cup.
Oh my god.
And if you've never seen it, don't Google
do
it.
not.
You know
I have
what?
made it my
Listen,
whole life
nah.
after doing it, and I will continue.
2
I
girls,
thought
one.
I couldn't be alone with this.
No.
I sent it to my friends. I was like, watch it.
That sounds like something you would do, Robin. That sounds like something you would do.
Like I
You
had
know
to
what was really traumatizing is that 2 girls 1 cup and then 1 man 1 jar was.
I don't
added.
even want to know.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know
Nope.
what that is, and I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
For
No.
posterity, was 2 Girls 1 Cup like one of the first YouTube videos, or was it even before YouTube?
I don't even remember. I just remember being in high school. So
Mhm.
YouTube probably was around, but I just remember it just went around my high school like wildfire.
Mhm.
Like 2 girls 1 cup, and I watched it. I said, "Oh my god, I didn't know." Oh
People would
my
be like,
god.
"Yeah, look it
Oh my
up."
god.
You know, props for you. You made it.
Did I? Because
Oh no, I was talking to her because she made sure she
Oh.
flushed that toilet in France. I was like, "You're a good person."
Yeah. Some
I
people
don't,
call it
Alan,
waffle
I don't
chocolate.
know if this is the best way to have it because I'm not sober. So
Imagine this being your introduction to Ashley.
Some people, because I deal with customers, but on the phone, they're still terrible. And I'm just like, how have you made it this far in life? I just question that about so many people when I see them. I'm like, you've lived for 40 years on this earth and you're struggling with this? I don't get it.
I'm gonna say
I also just get
Twitter-
baffled by people's strategies with customer service when like they kind of know that the person they're talking to, their hands are relatively tied. Like, you know, when you're talking to someone, they have a sheet of things they're allowed to do. And
Yeah.
it's like, you realize to properly manipulate someone into helping you, yelling at them doesn't work, because if someone yells at you, what do? Like, no one ever connects dots.
Angela's the most effective way. Yell, curse at them, tell them they're stupid.
Right.
That's how you get what you want.
I just,
Don't do it.
Don't.
I won't.
I just have to say, back to the hygiene thing, Twitter taught me a lot about what people do and don't do hygiene wise.
I miss
Conversation,
secrets.
yeah, and the conversation about the wash rag, just call me poor because
They so freely shared it too. I feel like it was like a year where we kept being berated every month. It was like Ashton Kutcher, they don't shower, and then like this person, I don't wash my legs, and I'm like, well, why? Why is everyone telling us this?
No, don't be afraid. It's not this person. It was Taylor Swift. She didn't wash her legs, okay? And
She doesn't wash her legs.
She doesn't.
She does now. She learned it. It was a thing.
Oh,
Wait. Hold on.
She learned it.
Hold up. She learned at her big old age, because Taylor and I are not that far apart in age. She learned to wash her legs.
Actually, there's a whole group of people just at our big old age and at much older, and they've never washed their legs.
Yeah,
These are
Don't
the
even
same group of people who don't wash their legs.
No, they literally think that washing their hair and letting the soap run down their body is
and
sufficient
rinse it off.
to clean their body. They may go as far as to wash the cooch in the beehole, but that's it.
But with the barbarians, I'm just so confused.
With your wash rag.
No.
What's so bad about the wash rag?
They don't use a wash rag.
They just use their
They were
hand.
saying,
Whoa, wait. Hold up. Because this is my first time hearing any of this. Excuse me, people don't use rags. What do they use? Their hands? You said their hands?
Yeah, they say that.
A loofah, but a lot of people just wash their hands, or they just like lap maybe up here.
But they said the thing was, you can't forget, they said that wash rags were for poor people.
Yes.
So I said, just call me poor, because I'm never going to stop using a wash rag.
Are these the same people who caused the bubonic plague?
Definitely their descendants. For sure.
Descendants of the people who caused it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's still going on.
Mathing.
I saw a TikTok of these two girls with the podcast, and they're like, "Yeah, I don't wash my hands unless I like do number 2."
Oh, and they were talking about pretending to wash your hands. It's like, at that point, just wash your fucking hands.
Like, if you're gonna go through like the process of pretending to wash your hands,
turning on water,
like just wash your hands.
Yeah,
I just feel
don't
like,
even pretend at this point.
I just feel like, in the years that I've experienced being called everything from an ape to dirty to
everything but a child of God.
Anything but a child of God, and yet you here washing your cooch with your hands.
No,
my God.
Hold on. You're assuming that they wash their cooch. So
let me tell you something. Cooch probably be smelling like a fresh can of sardines, and you are calling me a monkey?
Oh, she used.
But you don't wash the cooch with a rag.
Oh yes, you're right. You're right. Shaving
cream is so.
Jessica, if you don't remember, at the beginning of the panorama, people were licking toilets. So I do think.
What?
Huh?
Yeah.
On TikTok, there was a trend where people were like licking public toilets.
I mean, but this was right after they were eating Tide Pods, so like,
yeah,
like this was like 6 months after that. Like,
what's wrong with people nowadays? What's wrong?
Well, it was just like the girl, people would go, and it started with like one girl. She like opened up ice cream and like licked it in the store. Do you remember that too? And I was like, I don't eat Bluebell anymore.
I don't eat company potluck.
Yes.
My staff, let me tell you, my staff, coworker, people, thingamajiggers are so trained that when we have a potluck, is there anything that you can? This is packaged, Ashley. This is something that you can eat. We bought this out the store. Nobody made it. As a matter, I was walking out the door today. My coworker said, "Oh, I noticed you didn't eat lunch today. Did you want mine? Because I know you brought the wrong, like you didn't bring the right thing for your lunch. I promise you the cat was not in the kitchen." I said, "Damn, y'all know my ass well." Because if you have cats, you got long hair, it ain't prepackaged, bitch, I'm not finna eat it. Because you're nasty as shit. Unless your kitchen is bleached down every night before you go upstairs and say your prayers on your knees. I ain't finna eat it.
Yeah, there's just
licking toilets.
I want natural selection to start coming back and doing its job.
Darwinism, it's not
It's not Darwinism
selected like it should be.
But we're the barbarians.
Of course.
You
I'm
want
natural.
Damn, you gonna cause me to
Just a
lose
little
my damn
lather.
job.
Like, wash my hair. I'm good. Put a little. Oh yeah. Oh, Miss Ponytail.
No, let's talk about the woman who saw the alien on the airplane.
Oh gosh.
I'm
You know, it took me
telling
months to
you.
figure out what that picture was about because people just kept posting that picture. And I'm like, this is white.
That motherfucker is not real.
You can't trust people. I've seen too many scary things in real life on the internet. No. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
No.
that trend of like making shitty food.
I'm sick of it. One, food costs too much, and you're just dumping. I saw one because I'll watch him if like somebody I think is funny like duets it.
Uh-huh.
But she had a kiddie pool, and it had like nachos, and she just was like dumping everything onto it, and then but she added tuna, and I just was like, why?
No, that one girl like does shit and like she makes food in the toilet.
I was just gonna say that the one that like it was the first one I ever saw of this trend of like doing weird things with food was she made like a whole alcoholic drink in her toilet.
What?
And I was like,
disgusting.
Why?
That's so disgusting. Meanwhile, most of the world is hungry. And y'all are just wasting food.
People in the United States need to respect our toilets more because the fact that we can actually put toilet paper in the toilet, let me tell you, most continents, you can't do that.
Cannot do that.
Most continents don't have that water pressure, and I don't even know if we should be doing it. We might just
I
be
know
doing
Jamaica
it.
does it.
Yeah.
You piss in a bucket beside your bed. Okay? Like there's no.
When we were in Colombia for my wedding, they have like little trash cans next to each toilet, and I'm like, okay, you're supposed to throw your toilet paper out and that, and they change it out each day. Like at the hotel.
Yep.
It's like, it's what you're supposed to do.
And there's also people without the food, but they do it in toilets, and they do it with laundry too, where they like mix a bunch of like they stop the toilet with like a sponge or something, and then they're basically making freaking tear gas or something. They're dumping like bleach and then like the toilet spray and Comet and all of these things in there, and they're like swirling it around to make it a fun color. And I'm like, hey.
Oh my God, they're going to cause an explosion.
Yes.
Yeah, somebody did.
You have ceramic toilets smack you in the face, and that's
oh
what
my God, take your chemistry 101 in high school for 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't believe on TikTok, people are always like, I can't mix this with bleach. No, don't mix bleach with anything except water.
Just maybe some water, but that's about it.
Like
No,
vinegar?
Anyways.
No. Why is the
How come people are willing to do this nonsense, but actual medical things that like are proven to be relatively safe is like a no-go?
What's the recent thing they've been eating borax or something? It's a recent thing people have been eating something that I know people put like in laundry because it's supposed to, who knows, something. But yeah, they wouldn't get a vaccination or something, but they'll eat some random.
When people get really scared about the RNA vaccine, and like I understand being scared if you just actually want to talk about it. These are not the people I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the weirdos who are like, it's going to be put into the DNA or it's just going to sit around. And like RNA is so unstable, and that's not how DNA and RNA work. Like it's just not, it doesn't go that way. And I just don't even know what to do anymore. But like, there's a reason why it has to be at negative 80 degrees. It's because if it gets to room temperature, it disintegrates.
Stop talking rational science, Angela. No.
It just drives me crazy. It's like if you're going to have an opinion, let it be irrational in a different way. Okay?
Yes, it's borax.
Ugh.
They've been eating borax. Like, oh, you want the cure to I forgot what they said it does.
Yeah.
Like you live longer or cures cancer or
Let
something.
them
but they do
continue.
Boil bleach? What the fuck?
Wait, boil bleach.
What's
What's wrong with this? I'm scared for my child at this point.
Mm.
Because what is this generation?
Oh my
This
God,
is why
no.
Who is boiling bleach?
that's why I'm not popping any out. I can't do it.
Yo,
I just can't even think about doing it till I have like at least a stable job that doesn't end in a year and a half.
Listen,
Oh, yeah.
I told people I
yeah.
love my child. I will do time. I will kill for my child. But I 10 out of 10 do not recommend.
I've watched two. I don't know how I got on the mom side of TikTok, but it's the mom side where they're talking about how much they love their child but hate motherhood.
My favorite moms.
Yeah, and I'm always like, yeah, that's
I love
me.
my child to death, but motherhood ain't it.
It just
You're like,
sounds
oh my God, are you having another one? Another what?
breakdown, mental
Another
breakdown. Yeah.
drink?
She asked me a while ago. She was like, can I have a brother or sister? I said, a what? She's like, a brother or sister. I said, from where? And she said, you. I said, no. She said, why not? Because I said, I don't want to. I said, you want a playmate? You need a play date? You need to be around some kids. You're around kids all day. Do you need to hang out with some kids on the weekend? I'm fine. We got friends for that.
Mm-hmm.
We
You
got
know what
plenty of
happens when you boil bleach? Sorry.
I am not
Explosion.
having any
Yeah,
more children.
No.
None for me.
No, I'm one and done. If I can legitimately get a doctor to take my uterus right now, I would be the first on the list.
I wish
I'd be
they
the
would.
first.
I wish they would.
I wish
don't-
they would, but I can't. They won't even tie my tubes.
What?
No, not in my state. They won't tie my tubes. I have to have at least another child.
That's so
Yes.
arbitrary. That makes no sense. I know preach choir, it makes no sense. It's just like,
Yeah, I would have to have another child before they would consider tying my tubes.
I'm gonna keep my question to myself.
Consider.
Keep in mind, consider.
Yeah.
I hate.
Consider.
I remember that's my mom. She wanted to get her tubes tied before I was even born. And the only reason that they agreed to it was because she had PCOS, and so she would get cysts on her ovaries. So it was a way of being like, okay, well, maybe this could prevent possible cancer in the future. So that's the only reason they did it. But somehow I still was born. So
Yeah,
Listen,
I've heard that. You can still seek through. Alan, not your sister. The Lord.
Arthur.
Because my parents are like, and I'm like, you're gonna have to get it from one of the other children because I'm not having.
Listen, my brother
Yeah.
has 2, and I told my mom, I think you're just gonna get this dog for me, maybe one more.
Be grateful.
my brother and sister, between them, have 7 kids. So we're good. I don't need to add to that.
No, you don't.
my family's always been very small, and my mom has negative expectations. So I'm getting 2 kittens soon. So
it's the tube that, listen, I want a full-blown hysterectomy, and I know this is going to sound bad, but I promise you with the best of intentions. I cannot wait for my fibroids to kick in. That way I can get a hysterectomy and be done with the situation, because my great-grandmother, my grandmother, my aunt, and my mother have all had fibroids on their uterus.
Had a hysterectomy.
And I've had fibroids on my breasts that have to be. So they were telling me when I got those removed when I was younger that 9 times out of 10 you probably are going to start to develop fibroids on your uterus. And so I'm like, baby, come hither.
and is
So that they can just come. Because as soon as they pop up, you know what I'm going to say? Take it out.
Gotta go.
Take it out. It's gotta go.
I wish they would. Yeah, because so many. Because I know now, I just recently got my tubes removed. Because now it's more common for them to remove it because I guess something about the ovarian cancer. But yeah, she's like, no, a hysterectomy, you would need to have like a medical reason. Like,
You have to have
but still. Well, I was grateful to be able to get the surgery in Louisiana. So I was like,
It's
okay.
just crazy to me that you can go and get anything else on your body reconstructed and done, but you can't do anything with your reproductive rights. It's just
because it's like, what do I even
only
need
if
this
you
for?
have the reproductive rights associated with XX chromosomes.
of course, yes. Yeah, I thought that was.
I'm just saying, I don't think getting a vasectomy. I don't think it's this many hoops.
It's for sure not. For sure not.
It is infuriating, and what's wild about it is I'm very open about this because I think people need to understand, when I was in 2 positions below her than what I'm in right now, I'm not too proud to say I went to government offices and said, listen, I'm finna have this child. I'm a single parent. What can you do for me? I don't think people realize that when you go to those offices, they're not looking at what you bring home. in terms of your income. They're looking at your gross income.
Ugh.
So a lot of people who literally can't afford to have a child are put in a position where the government won't even help you because you make too much on your gross income. It's the most wild thing that I have literally ever seen in my life, to be honest with you.
Yes, I just want to be auntie. That's it.
That's all I want. But my brother and his wife will not leave me alone about having kids.
And like, why is it anyone's business? I don't get it.
I don't.
That's
get it
always the
either.
first thing. Like anytime I go home, it's always like, okay, and I'm like, I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Like it moves your organs. It permanently changes your body.
No. Oh, I mean literally, because I had a C-section, and when I tell you I could feel her moving my organs, it wasn't painful because of the epidural, but I could feel her literally, her hands in my body moving stuff around to get to my child. And that's outside of the traumatic L&D experience that I have. My body has not been the same since I have had a child.
My friend recently told me that beyond having a weak bladder after having a child, you can also have loose booty and just...
When I heard that your nipple can fall off, I said,
Miss Goose, my boob going where?
Breastfeeding is for, listen, and I'd be pissed at all these people like, oh, breastfeeding. I said my little child tried to nub my nipple off of my titty. Okay? She tried to literally nub that shit. When I tell you they be raw and irritated, and that shit literally feel like, I'm like, you know what? Formula. Because they know you can't fucking on my nipple like this.
Yeah, because the TikTok that I were watching.
You're not finna suck on my nipple like this. Like, people don't tell you like the things about like when you have a C-section, for example, right? They have to give you stool softener because you literally cannot shit after you have a C-section. It is people don't realize that when you have it's major abdominal surgery. They're cutting into your abdominal tissue.
But people make it like, ooh, it's just gonna be a quick little thing. And
no. I'm allergic to narcotics. So all of that Percocet and all that shit, I recovered from a C-section on 800 milligram Tylenol.
Nope. No. Yeah.
So when I tell you I am never having another child,
dead. No.
It's dead, bro. It's dead. It's dead.
I know.
The whole thing is horrifying to me. I will just go through those TikToks when I heard your nipple can fall off. They literally tell you just bring it to the hospital so they can reattach it. You lose your teeth.
The girl with the list on TikTok is my favorite.
Like your teeth get absorbed into your body because your kid isn't getting enough.
A lot of people lose teeth, lose hair.
Listen, I'm too vain for this. I
just started being like chill with my body as is like 3 years ago, and I'm just like I understand how it moves and functions.
But
it's not like
there was a tweet thread, and it was like, share your stories about pregnancy like aren't commonly heard. And I remember being like, oh, absolutely not from all of those. So I'm good.
I tell people all the time, like like people will tell you like, oh, it's such a beautiful experience. My labor and delivery was the most trash experience I've ever had in my life. I'm allergic to narcotics. I told the anesthesia, first of all, I had my child during a shift change. So all of the nurses and anesthesiologists that I was working with before having my child were done. So I got brought into a team that I had never seen. First of all, I'm allergic to narcotics. Then a new anesthesiologist came in and was like, oh, so what do you want me to do? And I'm like, what the fuck? You got your fucking MD. Why are you asking me what the fuck I want to do? I'm in a lot of pain, bro. Like figure this shit out. Like, I cannot tell you. When I tell you, first of all, when they gave me the epidural, one, as a Black woman, I was told by a nurse that the anesthesiologist gave me a lower dosage. than what they typically give women. Okay, so that's the problem already.
Because you can't
They had to
feel
have
pain,
the on-call.
Ashley. I'm saying you don't feel pain, Ashley. Duh.
Apparently, he didn't think I felt pain, but the nurse was like, "Yo, I don't know why." She knew why, because she was Black, but she was trying to play her cards right to let me know that there was a different anesthesiologist that was going to be on call, and if I needed things to be changed up, to contact them and let them know. They put the line in my back wrong. So when I got to the OR, first of all, another woman was already, her baby was crowning. So my OB had to go help her push. She came back, and then when they did the shift change, my anesthesiologist was pumping me full of this shit, right? She kept scratching my stomach. She was like, "Oh, can you feel this? Can you feel this?" I was like, yeah, I can feel all that. And she was like, "I don't understand why you can continue to feel. I think I'm going to need to put you under." My OB comes back in and was like, "Okay, I'm ready to go. Like, how is she?" Anesthesiologist is like, "Oh, well, she can feel everything, so we may have to put her under." My OB is like, "You're not putting my patient under. Figure it out." Walks out the OR. And then the anesthesiologist was like, "I'm confused." And so the nurse, what do they call the nurse? Antithesis? What's it called?
Anesthesis?
Yeah,
Nurse
whatever they're called. She was like, "Did anybody check the line in her back?" They put the epidural in wrong. Had to redo the epidural and calculate how much drugs they gave me to begin with. Everything appeared to be fine. They started the C-section. She pulls my daughter out, is putting things back in place. I start to get feeling back on my left side. I'm on the OR table with my guts wide open. My mom is on my left. I look at her. I say, "Yo," I said, "my feeling is coming back on my left side. What the fuck is happening?"
No.
She looks
the
at
blood curdling scream they would hear. No, because I can't.
When I tell you, I said, and then when I told them, I said, "I'm allergic to narcotics." They had an allergy like sign on my thing, but they pumped more into the line in my back. So when I got to recovery, I couldn't even hold my child because I started having such a bad allergic reaction that my body was on fire. I was itching from head to toe. I ripped my IV out of my arm because I was so traumatized. Then I started having shakes so bad. They were like, "Maybe we should give her Narcan." Narcan is what they give people when they overdose on narcotics. They were willing to give me Narcan because my body was having such a visceral reaction to it. So then my mom was like, "Just cut everything off." And then the doctor was like, "Okay, we'll just give her 800 milligram Tylenol and send her about her way." When I tell y'all, I will never have another fucking child in my life. I don't care if I get pregnant. I will never have a child again because my experience is the epitome of Black women not being treated right by the system. And luckily, like, I didn't die. But my biggest fear about having my child was not, is my child going to be healthy? Is my child going to be fine? Is, am I going to die giving birth to my child? I will never, ever, you can't pay me to have another child at this point. And I love the little human that I created, but fuck no, you could never, ever, there's no dollar amount that you can give me to have another human. No. No, my mom served as my doula, y'all. But even then, like when I tell you, because my mom had to, when I tell you my mom had to advocate, they thought my mom was my doula. When I say my mom had to advocate for me because like it just, me speaking myself, it just was not connecting the dots. My mom had to step in and say like, "No, enough is enough. This can't go this way, or this has to go this way." Like, if you're a Black woman and you want to have children, you need to, like, not even, think about it. No, you need to have a doula. You do. Because they're not going to believe anything that you say, like, "This is not right. I don't feel right. I need this." That is kind of out the window. Your doula has to fight for you the entire process.
I did not know that, but it wouldn't be, I'm just, That is insane. Jesus. Yeah, if anyone was on the fence about if you wanted children, I hope this helps clear it up for you.
I'm sorry, I probably fucking ruined it for you, but it's real because That's the part of like childbirth that they don't tell you. And this whole like, oh my God, when you give birth to a child, it's like love at first sight. That's a fucking lie.
It's just happy hormones. You forget about the pain.
It's not. That shit is a lie because your hormones are resettling. So you're on la la land. You're happy, you're sad, you look at something, you start crying, you get angry. Your hormones are all out of whack. This is a child, yes, that you've carried for 9 months, but at the end of the day, this child doesn't know you and you don't know this child.
Yeah.
So you have to spend time. Like now when I look at my child, I feel like the love there is indescribable. But literally after first having her, I'm not going to lie to y'all. And I think that I feel like more people should be honest about that. That connection that I have with my child now, almost being 4, is not the same connection that I had when she was a newborn. It doesn't mean that I didn't love her, but I didn't know her. I had this human in my uterus, right? I didn't see her. I talked to her, but it's not like having a human in front of you talking to you. And so like now it's a completely different experience. Like, yes, that love when people's like, oh, like that love that you feel that's kind of like indescribable. There's no words for it. Yes, I feel that now, but I think women sometimes get ashamed of saying like, I didn't love my child like that when I first had
Oh
them.
yeah.
Like, but it's facts though. In real life, you're like, yo, this shit was traumatic as fuck. And then they be like, oh, you got to feed your child, squeeze your titty, smash your titty. And it's like, bruh, Mike, like you're when you have a child, y'all, you're bleeding everywhere. You barely can fucking shower. You can't walk, and they're telling you to smash your titty, smash it and squeeze it. And you're tired, you don't sleep, you're in pain. And it's like, how am I supposed to be in love when you yourself are not even complete at that moment? You are literally your body has gone through extensive trauma. So how can you say like it's such a beautiful experience? I don't care what anybody says, giving birth is not beautiful.
No.
Oh yeah, and then go back to work. I put my child in daycare at 7 weeks. My child was in daycare at
little baby.
7. Wee baby at 7. It's so crazy, y'all, that daycare for my child is her second home. She knows those people like she knows me because she's been there since she was 7 weeks old. And let's talk about how the government's like, oh, put your child in daycare. Daycare is over $200 a week. Who can afford that?
I don't know how people. And then, of course, how expensive daycare is. The daycare workers don't make a lot.
They don't.
Which, doesn't help because you're taking care of people's children. So,
that's when you want to be disgruntled, or people working with babies.
Right? I'm very hard. I will say this. I'm very hard on my child about her behavior at daycare because I know they don't get paid. So the whole like, oh, you're not going to listen, you're going to do. I said, let me tell you something. And I never understood like with Black women. Let me tell you something about your little friends. I'm like, why do we always say little friends? And I became a mama, and now I'm like, let me tell you something about your little friends. All right. I'm not their mama, but what you not finna do is I don't pay all this money, and your teachers don't make the money that they make for you to be coming to school and act like you ain't got no fucking common sense. Because what I don't pay, listen, if I have to hear it now, every time, I feel so bad, y'all, because every time she get in the car, I was listening today, as you should. As you should. I was good today, as you should be, because your teachers don't get paid enough. And I pay too much for you to go to school and follow the 4-year-olds acting like they grown, like they run shit. If you don't sit your ass down somewhere, we got the school.
The image of it though, these little like 1 to 2 feet tall people.
Well, my child's not 1 to 2 feet tall. My child is 3 foot. She's 3'8" at 3.
She's a tall one.
She's tall, so there is no. My child looks like she's like 5 or 6. So there is no.
Last time you posted a picture of her, I'm like, Okay, hold on. How long has it been? Because this is the math is my math in here.
But it's not for a lot of people who like have known me for a long time. When they see her, they're like, "Yo, wait, hold on. Like, I thought you had her like 4 years ago, but this shit look like she about to start like kindergarten, first grade."
Oh, that's so cute.
No,
She's
but yeah,
so
I definitely like I tell her like at the end of the day, you don't go to school and show your ass because if you come home, I'm finna show my ass. So let's not let's not do this.
behave. Listen. Oh, yes.
No, Ulysses, this is a different situation. We were talking about scary dolls.
Huh?
My child has 3 versions of Moana. Okay, 3 different, really tall one, medium size, and a small. I had her on her bed. I was getting her dressed, and she just looks at me in my face. She says, because one of the Moana dolls was in the corner, and I didn't think anything of it, but she was like, Moana's in the corner. She's in timeout because she put her hands in my face. As an adult, I'm like, she what? Listen, now y'all gotta feel me like I wasn't trying to panic because she's 3, I'm 31, and I'm like, Ashley, you cannot do this. I said, huh? She's like, she put her hands in my face, and I told her, you can't. That's not nice. I didn't like her putting her hands in my face, and I'm like, the doll put her hands in your face. Like, you're not getting the fact that the doll put her hands in your face. And I was like, Ashley, don't make a big deal of it. And I was like, oh, okay. She's like, yeah, so she's in timeout for a very long time because she kept putting her hands on my face, and I told her that was not nice. I said, all right. I said, it's when I tell you I closed that door, and I was like, what? Should I take the doll out and throw the doll? Because I don't want that bitch in my house.
No, keep the doll. Close your door.
Lock it.
And like, I have to tell her when she come in my room, like, I'm very weird about doors. And she'll come in my room, I'll wake up and I'm like, close that door. Get up and go close that door. Do not leave my door open. I do not like my doors open because it just feels very...
I can't sleep with the door open.
I don't like sleeping with the door open.
Close it.
I can't do it.
When I was growing up, I had to share a room with my sibling because that's how my life was, and they slammed the door. And like one of my mom's tipping points is you don't slam doors, as you know, because it's frustrating and it hurts your house and stuff. So I'm like 17. My stepdad has just moved in. I'm sharing a room with my 14-year-old sister. She gets our door taken away. So really optimal time in my life.
Taking
all
doors
going
is
great.
so wild to me. Yes, I close and lock the door. I asked Andrew to put a deadbolt on our bedroom door. He said that was excessive.
That is excessive, and it is a fire
But,
hazard.
you know, if someone did get in and I was asleep and I hear him rattling on the door, I have more time.
You missed the whole Ashley saying it's a fire hazard. She's not wrong.
It is a deadbolt is a fire hazard, bro.
I can go out the window.
Man.
Man.
It's one story.
Okay, someone could come in through the window. The deadbolt's not helpful here.
Oh, Angela.
Oh my God. Why do I used to sleepwalk and go into my parents' room and apparently have whole conversations with them that I did not remember and go back to my bed. And my mom was like, why were you talking to us about the mummy last night? I was like, I don't remember doing
I just want y'all to know how much you traumatize your parents by doing that shit. Because now, she doesn't do it to me anymore, but she would literally open up the door and just stand by the bed and just look at me. And like, you know, when you're sleeping, you could feel someone like looking at you.
Yes.
I would wake up and see like, I mean, she's tall for her age, but still like it's not an adult. To see someone who's 3'8" like standing at the edge of my bed, my child, and like not saying it, just looking. And it would scare me and be like, can you stop just get in the bed. Get in the bed. Just get in the bed. Just get in the bed.
I remember
What is
why
it
I
about
would stare at my parents. I would be scared at night and but here's the thing. It's like I would be lonely and scared, but I didn't want to bother my parents, so I was paralyzed at the doorway.
No, listen, at this point, it's just like bother your parents because this door is scary.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not sure if my dad would have noticed, but my mom actually sleeps like a rock, so she never remembers these things.
I wish I did. But I can feel her, like, now she doesn't do it. Like, she'll bring, like, as a matter of fact, I don't know. It's weird because, like, she gets her pillow, a blanket, books. I wake up and there's books in the bed, an
Relatable
additional
queen.
pillow, a blanket, stuffed animals. And I'm like, so you had all this time to gather your shit. So you moved your shit from your room to my room to prepare for a sleepover. She doesn't do it now, but when she was younger, yeah, the staring, like the sitting at the bed and just looking at me, I would wake up and I'm like, I feel like somebody's watching me. And she
Just
would just be
looking and
standing
breathing.
there. And I'm like, why are you? And she would have the pacifier in her mouth, like Marge from The Simpsons. And she, I'm like,
When I was little, my brother and I have like a 6-year age gap, and he would let me watch horror movies with him. So I would get really scared, and instead of waking my mom up, I would just sleep next to her bed, and she would step on me, and every morning she'd be like, "God damn it, step on
not step on you.
She'd be like, "Just get in the bed." I was like, I didn't want to wake you up, but I was scared.
Oh my God, no.
Kids are the strangest creatures on this planet. I am telling you, kids are weird.
Mm-hmm.
Kids do like the strangest things, and like, I'll never forget. I told my mama this, and I was so scared to tell her because I didn't want to make her emotional. So my great grandmother died right before I had her, and my great grandmother and my grandmother died before I had my daughter. So this, everything happens in threes, and so it was just weird the way it happened. And I used to like, I was really scared about having her, and I had a dream about my great grandmother, and she'd be like, don't be scared. Everything is going to be fine. When I had her the day after, all of us woke up in the hospital room, and my dad randomly was like, somebody's missing from the room. And like, come to find out, like, I hadn't told my parents about the dream. So my dad was like, he's like, somebody's missing. And my mom was like, no, it's 4 of us. My dad was like, no, there's a 5th person that's missing. And so I finally told him about the dream. When I bought this house, right? The complex that I live in, part of the name is Magnolia, right? My great grandmother's favorite flower is magnolia. My mom had a dream about my great grandmother talking to me about buying the house. And I also had a dream about her telling me, stop stressing out about buying the house, you'll be fine. Then one day I was in the kitchen getting ready for work, and my daughter walks in the kitchen and she said, I said something about her, like, when she grows up. And she looked at me, she said, you remember when I used to take care of you when you were a baby? And I said, huh? I said, what are you talking about? And she looked at me dead in my face. She said, girl, you know what I'm talking about. I said, oh, hell no. Like, I just left that shit. I said, you know what? I told my mama that, and I said, do you think it was grandma? I said, I just can't, like, why would she look at me in my, like, after all the dreams that you and I have had with my childhood, like, with me giving her birth to her, with me, like, buying a house, and then, like, we literally are having this exchange in the kitchen. And she's just like, you remember when I used to take care of you when you were a child? And I literally, it caught me so off guard that I turned, because I was doing other stuff. And I turned around, I said, what are you talking about? And then for her to look me in my face and say, girl, you know what I'm talking about?
I'm like,
and
absolutely.
y'all, I said, I didn't say anything after that. I just left it, and we just continued on, like, but she's named after my great grandmother as well. She is.
Thank you for volunteering to give me a bedtime story about something very nice and light and fluffy tonight. Because I don't.
It didn't feel, but you know what's so weird is that anytime, like, the connections between, like, me and whenever it's about my great grandmother, it never feels off. It always feels peaceful. I'm never scared. I'm never stressed. Even in that interaction between me and my daughter, it didn't scare me. It just threw me off because I was like, wait, how could you? Because my great grandmother raised me for a few years. So when she said it, I mean, it threw me off because I was like, how could you know that? But it didn't like scare me at all. It was just like, there she is again. Like, I feel like she shows up in moments where I feel like I need her. And like, I was close to her. Like, we were like, that was my rock. And so there's moments when like I feel like she shows up like through my child, but of course my child has no idea what she's never met her.
Yeah.
She has no idea. And so it's just kind of like one of those things where I'm like, is this you, or am I just kind of like am I projecting because I want it to be you?
Well, no, it's funny you say that because like this isn't exactly the same because I don't have a child, but I lost a lot of family members at the same time, two of them being my mom and my mama, which they both raised me. And I thought that after they passed, I would have lots of dreams about them because people talk about that, like you'll just like have nightmares about things or whatever. But the only time I ever have dreams about them is like in moments in my life where things are really hard or like big changes happening, or it's like really stressful or whatever. I have these really intensely vivid dreams that feel real, like to the point where I like kind of wake up feeling some type of way about it. And it's always them like kind of talking to me about something. Anyway, it makes me emotional that you're saying that because it's like that's what I go through too, because I rarely ever dream about them. But then like when certain things happen, I'll have these intensely vivid dreams. It's like they were there, like they're with me. And it's not even like a dream. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying, but like it's the weirdest experience.
It is very weird. And you're right, Steph, it only happens during like periods of like huge change. Like giving birth, buying my house. It was just so many, because I remember like leaving work because my mom had a dream, and then right after my mom had a dream, I had a dream, and I remember like texting my mom like, yo, I had a dream about like grandma the other, like it was strange the way it happened. I broke down because I was just like, how, and then the fact that the neighborhood is her favorite tree. I said, there's no way, like, you're not, like, there's no way that you're not involved in this some way, somehow. And so, to honor her, because, like, I love that little old lady so much. At my child, like, I was like, I have to give my child her name. And so when she was standing, like, looking at me in the kitchen that day, I said, if that's not you, I damn near wanted to cuss her out. I'm telling y'all, I want to cut. I said, but you can't cuss your child out because your child gonna look at you like, huh? I wanted to cuss her out. Like, now, listen, of all days, I'm trying to get ready for work. Like, why would you do that? Why would you? It's such an emotional experience, and I know a lot of people may not like believe in things like that, but I think I've experienced her being in and out of my life since she passed away in 2018, that I just can't not believe that she's always around in some shape or form, but she doesn't always present herself until it's like, okay, Ashley, let me tell you, because you about to fuck up. Come, like, get it right now. You got to get this. Come on now. Like, it's
I know people talk about this a lot, but like your loved ones manifesting in like animals or bugs or whatever, like for me it's butterflies, or specifically monarch butterflies, just because like right when my grandma passed away, which was very hard for me, I worked at this job where I had to take the trash out all the time, and there were these two butterflies that lived in the like alley where I would take the trash out, and as you know, butterflies don't have long lives, and so the fact that they were always there for months on end, I was like, there's two, that has to be my mom and my mama. But I was just like kind of a joke in my brain. But now they follow me. Like, there's, even on my birthday this year, my sister and I were sitting in a coffee shop, and these two butterflies were like near my head, and she was like, stop, there's two monarch butterflies behind you right now. And I was like, fuck. Mom. Mom.
It's surreal. It's such a beautiful experience, but also, I think, scary and also like heartbreaking at the same time, you know, because you just don't have them with you. Like, with my great grandmother, like, my mom was trying to, you know, my mom was a single parent. She was trying to get her life together. My great grandmother stepped in and was like, I'll do all the things that need to be done. And so, like, you know, that was my rock. And I think as a child, you think like, oh yeah, you know, they're gonna live forever. And so for me, it was just kind of like, oh, she'll always be here. And then, you know, she had Alzheimer's. And so I think the hardest thing for me was like, she didn't even know who I was at one point. You know, my mom was like, this is Ashley. And my great grandmother, she looked at me like she had never seen me before in her life. And so, like, you know, to have someone pour so much into you, to love you so much, and to be there for you, to go to like can't even look at you and recognize who you are, that shit is tough. And so going through these like spiritual experiences with them, it's just like, damn, I can't have you where I need you right now. Like, I need you right here as a human on this earthly plane with me right now, and I can't have you there. It's only when I close my eyes or have these very strange experiences that I know, like, you know, you're there with me. It's a lot.
So I've been I need to like actually go to bed because I have to see my family tomorrow. But I really loved all of these stories. I just didn't know it's not a good point to jump in. So before the next tangent, I just wanted to be like, bye.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Yeah. I look forward to seeing the rest of this later if Robin doesn't get it taken down.
I've been good all night, okay?
She's like, as soon as I leave, you're gonna do something.
It's okay. First of all, that has happened several times. It is a pattern, and also the later it gets, the less good decisions that will be made.
It's true. There's still time for me to fuck this up. Let's go.
Chug. I was like, oh my God. Where did the time go? How did it go by so fast? I really did plan to have a sprint in there.
Listen, we've gone through the gamut of emotions here. Okay?
Yes. All of them.
All of them.
Shock, horror, disgust. Like,
What a time to be alive.
all of the emotions we have gone through. Oh, well, you know, what a fun live for this to be. She said, well, yeah, we can't read now. It's too late. I really thought I was going to, but it just...
But you know what you were doing when you invited who you invited. I mean, I probably, honestly, on Sunday I will read because it's but it's Friday.
Yeah.
You
We
said
just finished.
bring your own beverage.
I know.
That was clue number one. No
yes,
reading.
you can, Jenny. Yes.
Reading to you.
Exactly. This counts. It's an audiobook.
The Library Manifesto.
Reading.
Yes, are you having some more sprints this weekend?
Yes.
On your channel?
Jesus. I'm like, yeah, I am. Maybe I shouldn't be smoking and drinking.
When did you smoke?
When did you smoke?
I know.
What? When I would turn off my camera.
Wow. You just turned off the camera? You could have told the rest of us to be, you know what?
Yeah,
It's fine.
Get
It's
your
fine.
pen.
At this point, it's too late. I mean, although I would have a really great sleep.
Is it too late?
Too late.
It's like 7 hours behind me, okay? You never know.
We'll have 7 hours? That's a stretch.
One.
Yeah, come on now, Robin. Come on
I
now, Robin.
don't understand time zones, okay?
7 hours?
I don't.
7. Oh my God, my face. I love it. She said, this is why I read before sprint. Smart. This is
You
great
came prepared.
book. It's a choose your own adventure kind of book. If you would. This story. Yeah. The secret. A gummy? Yes.
I
I think
can't
it's
anymore. I can't. There's not enough control with those, to be honest. No. No.
What do you
But
mean
it's
control? Like
fun.
when you take
Meaning
it?
that, like, I mean, I think nowadays everybody does gummies and pens because it's so cute. Girl, please get me a damn Swisher Sweet. Roll that bitch up. Okay? I'm gonna take it back hood the way everybody the way we're supposed to do it. Because I feel like with that I can like control. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a level of
Control it
control
with a
there.
pen.
For me, smoking like a blunt, a J, a bowl, always feels social. And obviously, Andrew cannot smoke, so like an edible or something like this, I just feel like okay, I
Wait,
can
a
do that.
blunt is not a solo activity? News to me.
No, I always smoked like it was, I don't know, funner to me when I smoked with people because I get really giggly. And so it's fun to be with people. But yeah, I just don't do it here. Also, my neighbor's a cop. Even though I have a medicinal card, it just makes me nervous. So I'm just like, never mind.
I just like, yeah, no. I mean, I come from the age where we would make contraptions out of Hawaiian punch
Oh, a
containers.
2-liter bottle?
Yes. Yes.
Some aluminum foil.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Tips.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, you had to make
College days, Jess. College
Yeah.
days.
you
Here
had
in
to
this
make
house.
it. MacGyver. You're like, oh, we gonna find something.
This part right here, like, because I just feel like, I mean, I think that for a lot of people, I think edibles create an ease of access, to be honest with you. But the delay and then the after effect is just kind of like on 10.
Oh yeah, an apple. I did that one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have done an apple as well.
Yep.
And the
Yeah.
No, I feel that when I'll feel like I sleep really good when I take like a gummy before bed or something. But then I get up in the morning and I'm just like, ugh, I'm so groggy. I don't
Yes.
feel great. But maybe those are just the ones. I mean, I have multiple, but maybe those. So I haven't been doing it as opposed to bed.
Yes.
Oh.
Gravity, yes. See, I feel bad because there's people in the comments like, oh, that's just an OG. We're not going to talk.
But it was a different time. There weren't just like dispensaries with gummies and chocolate.
No, they didn't exist.
And
Like,
oil. It was just you had it.
No.
And you
Gummies were not a huge thing when I was in
No.
college. It was not. So it was like
No.
the
It was
Hawaiian
never a thing for me.
punch
Mhm.
bongs and the bowls and Swisher sweets and all that stuff. Like that
Yeah.
was the thing to do. And so now when I see this generation now, like
A great
the edibles and the pens, I'm kind of like, oh my God, things have changed so much. But like my partner also, like, he's kind of like, he's like, because he's older than me. So he's like, I don't do like all these pens and these edibles.
Brownies. I remember one time I went to visit my friend in college. She was in college in Philadelphia, and we got weed brownies, and they were like, only eat half. And then we ate half, and then we were like, well, we're not feeling anything, so we ate the other half. And that night, I was seeing 3 of myself. I couldn't walk straight. I was in the bathroom, like holding the mirror, like, oh my, I'm gonna die. Like,
No, I remember one time I had brownies and like you ate the first half, you didn't feel anything. So you eat the second half, all of a sudden you and the couch have become one.
Your face is melting off.
Yes.
You're sobbing. You're sobbing. You have the worst anxiety of your life.
Wait. Go. Who's participating in PE?
Who had PE?
On
what?
What kind of edibles did you have? Because
not me.
The only thing
I
I
don't
can
have that type of
is
energy.
a nap.
They were simpler times.
They
Indeed.
were.
I remember being able to try someone's vaporizer. So like the actual like big contraption, not a vape pen, and that probably was the highest I've ever been in my life. But yeah, now that it's gotten fancy.
I mean, I grew up in the age where someone would pull from a blunt and then they would put their lips to yours and
Yep. Second blow. Yep.
Yes.
Of course they do. Then don't you got what those soda thingies in Utah?
What?
Lots of Diet Cola.
Ooh.
I also grew up in the age before they changed the Four Loko formula.
Oh yes.
Oh my god.
I had one of those
Oh my god.
nights of my life.
I always see those TikToks that are like, how would you explain millennials to your grandkids? And they always talk about Four Locos.
Well, let me tell you, when I went to college, right, and you wanted to get fucked up for the low, $1.50, $2, Four Loko would have you.
Yeah,
turned
because they
up.
were so cheap.
They were cheap, but y'all, I'll never forget the night. No lie. This is why I don't know. I'm surprised my liver is still functioning today because I drank a Four Loko and took 6 shots on top of the Four Loko. When I tell you,
Wait, 6 shots of what? Not that it. I mean, it kind
I
of.
can't tell. It was white, but I can't remember exactly what.
That's
You
where
want me to
went wrong.
remember what it was?
That's
Because
where
let
you.
me tell you something.
Was
I
it
was
Rumple
in a-
Mints?
I was in a club, Jess, in the downtown area where I live right now.
Ooh.
I was in a club, and when I tell you, I literally could I was aware that things were happening, but literally I dropped my college ID, and they're like, "Ashley, pick it up." I was like, "I can't see."
Where this
Where?
will be a memoir. Maybe this is another one. Four Locos
Right.
and 9/11.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. When I think about like before when I just had like a flip phone or something, or just like the dumb situations I put myself in while being drunk, I'm like, wow, I'm really lucky to be alive today.
No,
Like
really.
that's
Yeah.
when I
Really?
listen to true crime and stuff like this, when people like have gotten left at a party by their friend or something and end up all these things, and I'm like, how am I alive? I'm always shocked.
But my parent, I feel bad because I feel like my dad has seen some of my most heinous moments. My friend had a housewarming. I went back home. My friend had a housewarming party. She just bought a house from where we were from, and this is a crazy story. Every time I tell this, I'm like, dang, this shit is crazy. So we met at her house. We were drinking whatever, and there was this guy. He's cool people. This whole story, I don't want anybody thinking he was cool people the entire time. And he was like, "Oh, you can ride with me to the bar." And I said, "Sure, whatever." We were vibing all night, not on no romantic, just cool people. So he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna stop at my homeboy's house. You want to come?" I said, "Yeah, that's fine." So we're in there. We take a shot of Ciroc. We were like, "Damn, we need some chasers." So there was some Gatorade on the table. We're like, "Oh, let's take a, chase it with that." So his homeboy comes from the back of the apartment, and he's like, "Y'all didn't drink that Gatorade, did you?" And we was like, we use it as chaser. He was like, "Oh, that shit had muscle relaxer in it." I said, "Oh, fuck." Then we went to the bar, right? And my queer ass wanted to prove that I could pull a woman. It's just, different age, different time.
I wish I went to college.
Let me tell you, different age, different time. And I was like, I was feeling confident about my sexuality. And I was very much so that girl that was like, I can pull girls the same way that you can. Let's not play these games. And so, I guess, because things are hazy, I guess I was trying to impress this girl at the bar. I don't know, or maybe I was just trying to get some liquid courage. So then I took multiple shots of Fireball because he was paying the entire time. It was 4 or 5 shots of Fireball. And then I finally got the courage to go and talk to her. When I tell y'all, I don't know how I got from I knew he got me back to my friend's house, but I got from my friend's house back home, and I knew shit hit the fan when I never changed clothes from that night. I apparently just made it back to my childhood bedroom, laid out, woke up, me and my dad walk out the room at the same time. I had this black skimpy ass dress on. My dad looked at me, I looked at him, and I was like, "Please just don't ask." And he just looked at me. I went in the bathroom, right? I changed, I took a shower, went downstairs. He turned the sprinkler on and said, "Lay down on the grass." My mom came outside and she was like, "What the hell is going on?" your daughter has a hangover. So he's like, I'm not gonna ask.
At least he was under my parents. That is lay down under the sprinkler. I love the.
No.
I love that. Yeah, the night didn't end with the muscle.
Yeah.
Okay,
It didn't end with the muscle relaxer. That's the problem.
Yes, exactly. It was hard. T9ing was not that easy.
No.
Drunk. Oh, huh?
Huh?
What?
What? Leather gloves and pinstripe suit.
What kind of club
But I-
was this?
We also were in the club trying to meet prospective employers in our blazers.
I'm
Chelsea
done.
next.
No, it wasn't the peplum top.
Yes.
Oh my God.
And the pencil skirt.
Yes.
Who did we think we were? We thought that was club attire. That is
You really could
business
go-
interview attire.
You could go from an interview to the club and nobody would have been at the wall. Literally. Like,
Literally.
well dressed for an interview.
You got an interview.
No, imagine being dressed like a mini business professional while taking muscle relaxers.
It's like you got an
Don't
interview
do
at
that.
5.
Don't do that.
Just knocking them back. Like, a blazer over this little bodycon dress is totally normal.
Why are
What were you
blazers such a
wearing?
thing?
Blazers
We
and body
were-
No, but they weren't just any blazers. They had like the 3/4 sleeves that you just
Yes.
cannot.
It's like
Yes.
you got an interview at 5, club at 7.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. So multi-purpose we were.
No, Sarah, you're right.
Oh, did you pull a girl?
Yeah. Did you get the digits?
I can't remember. I can't, like, we were talking outside. And so it was like,
Sorry, eye bun.
I feel like she was into the moment. But I was so, y'all have to understand. It was liquor, fireball liquor at that, on top of muscle relaxer. I don't think I was really making that great of an impression. Like,
Oh,
to be
the
honest
best.
with you.
The best.
The best.
What a time.
No. It's not just the vest. It's the vest shirt already one
Together.
combo.
It's one piece.
Specifically white and black.
Yeah.
Wait, what about the
Of
heels that
course.
we used to wear?
Oh my God.
Oh my god.
The big, super chunky in the
Yes.
front.
The
The
black
front.
form.
The platform in the front and the skinny ass thing heel
Yep.
in the back.
That also was the time of like either the big top knot or like a bump. You remember the bump it?
The bump where you used to put it right there. So for all of y'all who did not know, Jess and I went to high school together.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We didn't know each other at the time, but
Cool.
We didn't know each other at the time, but I have pictures. So if Jess ever pisses me off, I have her yearbook pictures.
Wait, I want to see this.
No.
Oh, don't worry, Robin. I'll send you pictures. I'm going
It's
home next
so
weekend.
bad.
I'll send them to you, Robin. Don't worry. I'll send them to you. I'll send them to you. People, I like, it took us forever, I feel like, to figure out that we went to the same fucking, we knew we were from the same area, but I feel like it took us forever to figure out we went to the same fucking high school, because I think, was I a freshman at the time and you were a senior? Yes. But I do have Justice yearbook pictures. Don't ever piss me off. I will leak them all over the goddamn internet. You are well known in the book community at this point, and I have your yearbook pictures.
Correct.
Oh man, it was not
No,
cute.
it wasn't
The
just
bump.
the bump. It was the fact that we were back combing so that you could.
It had to be teased. It had to be you had to have a speed bump right there. You really were working it, and then the bump it that they sold online.
That was a choice.
Straighten the straight.
And like an angled bob and a side bang.
Oh, the
with
side
three-quarter
bang.
sleeve.
With the
Okay.
flat iron that be smoking while you
Oh,
yeah.
It's like sizzling.
Meat damage I had all this it was burnt so bad because he was like, oh, you gotta reflat the bang. You can't everything else could be whatever, but the bang had to be re-straightened every time. No,
No,
goodbye.
I would never do that to Jess, y'all.
Ooh, the crunchy. I remember that for a lot of girls. It was like
Yes.
all
Oh,
gel
the
down
gel that they
sorry.
would crunch.
with a solid gel down.
So
But
no,
let's talk about the Sperry's
no,
Oh,
I don't want
I
to talk
was-
about that.
or the
That's-
rainbow flip flops.
I think
Jess, did you wear
those.
rainbow flip flops?
I still have rainbow flip-flops. I still wear 'em. I feel like if we and Ashley, I'm trying to think of like, I don't think we'd be in the same. Ashley probably be like, man, these corny ass people over here, because I definitely was in the rainbow.
You were the rainbow flip flop crew.
I was in the winter, flip flops, jeans, and a hoodie. That definitely was me.
In the winter?
I don't know. Our school was, I think ours, honestly, by the time you graduated, Jess, I feel like we were still on a decent track. By the time that I was your age in high school, get home.
Because I think I maybe went back to visit once, like teachers or something. But then, yeah,
Oh, somebody sent me a news article about, I don't know if he was in your graduating class. He may have been
Who?
one of our football players that just got arrested.
I don't who.
I can't say who because then it would tell everybody where we're from.
Oh yes. You'd have to. I don't know. You said
But-
like recently?
Like yesterday. Hold on.
Oh,
I'm going to
hold
put it in
on.
the private chat.
while you're talking
For
about
a hit
that,
and
I
run.
just want to say that
And
when-
slap the woman in the face. Go
People
in the
are
private
really
chat and look.
taking it in the face today. I just
Oh, I think he was like a year or two after me.
Was
I
it
don't
years
think he
after
was in
you?
the same year. I know who it is though.
Oh, hit and run, and then like told the person like I could just buy you cars, and then slapped her in the face.
So what happened to buying the cars? How we got to the slap in the face?
I don't know. I think he was drunk.
Oh my god.
Steph, what were you about to say?
Oh, I don't remember.
Wait,
Oh,
That
and
was
a
me.
tank top, and then a pink tank top, and then
That
a
was
white
me.
top.
yes, I have a question for you.
Who, me?
Yes, you. How much longer are these non-sprint sprints happening?
Oh, I
just
don't
wanna
know.
Like, do I have time for another drink?
Oh, I've been drinking this whole time, Robin. Catch up.
I think yes.
Yeah, I've been drinking. I'm
I'm
just
Kenya. Gone with the Wind. Fabulous.
Oh yes. That was one of the best things she's ever said.
Best thing most iconic thing she's ever said.
Ours, how big was well, my graduating class was like 400 something.
My graduating class was over 500.
So I feel like it was at least
It was
Well,
over 1,000. It was easily
people.
over 1,000 kids at the
Yeah.
school.
my graduating class was 850.
Oh, so you were a
Darn.
big school. Woo.
the the pop collars.
Listen, I love a double polo, okay? With a pop collar.
No.
I thought I was doing something.
Loved it. I had them all in all the colors.
I don't know why I can picture that.
Dang.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. I used to, because I have curly hair. And so when I was in high school, I used to do the really crunchy,
The
curly hair thing,
crunchy.
and then I would straighten it. And I remember I put something on my, like, I guess it would have been MySpace, not Facebook.
Yes.
And somebody was like, well, that bang is a choice. And I was
Y'all remember your
For the
top,
bang.
your top friends on MySpace would change depending upon who you were getting along with?
Yes.
Yes. Your top
I just
friends on
the song
MySpace.
came on shuffle today, and I was like, "Oh my god, this used to be a song on my MySpace page."
Yes, and then you had the
MySpace
music on your MySpace page. Your
We were
top
coding
friends.
all those little sparkly graphics.
Yes,
I
you have
on
to
there.
code to do MySpace.
I was like HTML dots.
Yes,
I'm sorry. I was
All
a Black
up in
Planet
there.
girly.
you are on Black Planet.
Oh, I also had Black Planet.
I didn't have Black Planet.
I
I
had
don't
a
know what
Black
that is.
Planet. my Black Planet email was my email for PayPal for the longest. It's only recently changed. I was like, well, I can't access that anymore. I might should change it. But it's sure, yes, Black Planet.
Oh.
I think that MySpace is so funny because you know the little, what was it called? Like the little message board thing on the side where you would click it open. They would have like a subject heading and you could open it.
On MySpace?
Yeah.
I remember that, but I don't remember like what it was called, but I feel like there were always like surveys or something you could fill out. It's like all of your like favorite things you would post.
And then people were so hilarious on that too, because if someone had a crush on you, they'd be like, "This is my crush today," and you'd open it and be a picture of someone. And when it was you, it was like, "Oh, fucking jump scare."
Not jump scares.
If
I
that's
did have this.
the emotional mess I wrote on this website, please don't let it be available because I was going through it. Just like
I was also in my emo phase at this point. Like I thought that, you know, listening to the Killers and some other stupid emo band was just like, I was so hard.
I was like, oh, life is so hard.
Oh, Cassie.
A time is an understatement.
That one used to be my song. DJ, won't you play this girl a love song? She really needs to hear fucking love. Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay, hold up. I gotta ask y'all a question. Real question. Chat included. Okay, so when I was doing my labor on my knees today, that was not romantic or fun for me in any way. Do y'all remember the song by Black, "Give It All to Me"?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Do y'all remember JC's line?
Yes.
Oh, baby. What it was like?
No, he said, "Are you feeling my Tim's, my baggy jeans,
My thug, my
appeal?"
appeal.
Yes.
Y'all, I was shelving listening to that shit. When I tell you, I had to rewind. Like, hold up. Little version of me was like, "Yes, are you feeling my thugs? I mean, feeling my Tim's, my baggy jeans, my thug appeal." And then 31-year-old version of me was like, "Your thug appeal."
Did you not see it, Ashley? Do you not see it?
You don't see the vision?
Listen, y'all, he ain't have no thug appeal.
He did, because at that point he had grown his hair out. It was chin length. He
Robin. His "Are you feeling my Tim's, my baggy jeans, my thug appeal?"
Yeah.
No, sir, I'm not. Because you have not
We
lived
did.
free.
Yes, we did. We were like, yes.
Younger version of me was like, "Yes, I'm feeling. Are
Yeah.
you feeling my Tim's, my baggy jeans, my thug appeal?" I was like, "Yes, sir, I am."
Don't you like it when a man can keep it real?
Listen, hold up. With me shoving those Christmas books, I literally paused and was like, wait. I played it back. I said, "The baggy jeans. What you know about Tim?
That's important. His Tim.
Thug appeal. What's thug appeal?"
Without the Tims, he ain't got it. But he had the Tims. So he had
That
it.
song is still a bop, though.
Some of the lyrics from, I'll listen to like playlists that are from like, you know, high school and stuff, and I'll listen to the lyrics now as an adult, and I'm like, what the fuck?
So many. Like, this was not a good idea.
I also saw a video of somebody talking about JoJo's Get Out and how it was like she was 13.
I seen in that video, but I
remember
love
that.
that song because I was like 13, 14 at the
Yes.
time.
Yeah,
Her head
I
was
remember being
extremely
like,
big in that
How does she
video.
know about this?
I know. I'm like,
That spoke to my spirit. I still see
Y'all,
that card to this day.
Go back and watch that video. I'm telling y'all, JoJo's head looks big as fuck.
When I rewatched it, I think she has on. It was the days of like those heels that look like they were like heeled sneakers almost, or heeled Tims. They were like
yes,
really,
and they were Converse, right?
Yeah, with long pants and then the tube top.
like,
Yes.
Get out right now. It's the end of the season. But part of me was like, why does her head look so big? I never have been able to watch them at the same.
Well, it's
Listen,
like
girl.
when I love 3LW, and when they make fun of Keely's list, every song.
Stuff you like broken promises?
Promises. And I'm always like, I shouldn't have. Oh my God, you're lying. Do they still play? Oh yes, Too Close. I was just one song that in my youth I was so oblivious was Peaches and Cream. Because I was just like, oh yes, Peaches and Cream. They're just eating. I'm like, oh, they're eating in a limousine because they're rich. How fancy.
Oh wait, here's another one. Ooh, she wally wally. Ooh, that song.
You really,
nasty.
really work my birthday. She really was singing that like she had been married for 10 years. She was giving the emotion of Mary J. Blige, Not Gonna Cry.
No, literally, Gina, I used to love that Janet Jackson album, and I was recently re-listening to it, and I was like, oh, she's talking about having sex with this man.
Yes. Got a nice package, all right. Guessing when I have to write it. I said, ride.
Yeah.
Now as an adult, I'm like, ride it.
And we just were just singing
Imagine
it.
12-year-old me going, I'm gonna have to ride it tonight.
Yeah, I just was like, it's just a tasty snack. I
It's the cream oatmeal. It's the cream oatmeal.
I mean, she really said it. It's like it's
the candy shop song. Yeah.
Get out. Oh, yes.
Yes.
But yes. The lollipop. Plot.
Plot.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Some things you're
Yeah.
right.
Vibes only.
Just
Vibes
gotta go
only.
with
What are lyrics?
Not anymore.
I mean, there's some things that I was singing wrong. I have learned the new lyric, but I'm like, I like my version better. So I'm just gonna sing it that way.
Yes.
But even old school songs, y'all, like I think about Barry White telling me this and telling me that. I'm like,
I'm up cleaning.
But my grandmother used to play that, right? I wasn't thinking. I said, "Oh, okay," like vibes. I'm, listening to it. I'm like, wait.
Those older songs, they were nasty.
They were nasty.
I like it.
Milkshake.
You got a lesson that I want to here I am, baby. Practice what you preach.
Pearls.
Oh wait, okay. If we're talking about junior
song.
high, if we're talking about junior high dances, we need to talk about outfits. Okay, we're talking those weird what was the material? Those black frilly skirts that were like cloth.
Oh, like the mini ruffled skirt?
Yes.
Loved it.
Were these the same ones that we wore with a big? No, maybe that was older. A big chunky belt, but you had like maybe a thin.
Yes.
Camo.
Yes.
Chunky
belt. But let's talk about the hot Kool-Aid. The hot Kool-Aid.
What did you just say?
What is hot?
The hot Kool-Aid. Y'all never had hot Kool-Aid at your middle school dances?
Hot Kool-Aid?
Oh, because there was
the Kool-Aid was not cold. It was always hot.
They didn't serve drinks for us.
Oh, they served drinks for us, and the Kool-Aid was hot.
They were like, it doesn't matter. They'll drink.
Yeah, they always had something that, this isn't. And like, do you know what you were listening to and making me listening to when you had me up cleaning on the weekend? I don't want to hear
know.
it.
I was listening to gospel music on Sunday morning.
Oh, I was listening. The music I was listening to was no better because it definitely was dance hall. And listening to dance hall now, as an adult,
nasty.
I did not. Have y'all ever heard the song "Boom Bye Bye" by Byob Bonton?
I don't know.
Okay, I did not know what the lyrics meant, and people grind to that song, Byob Bonton, BUJUBANTON, and it's called Boom Boom Bye. If you're from the Caribbean, you probably have heard that song before. And so people be dancing to it, grinding to it, getting a groove on it until you realize what the hell that song is actually about. And it's not pleasant at all. I had no idea as a kid because nobody told me, but that's what I grew up listening to.
But now I need to know what it's about.
It's Jamaica is a very homophobic nation. It used to be. I don't know what it's like now. I haven't been back in years. But some of the music that came out during the dance hall era, like in terms of like gay men, is just not.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
Yes, yes, yes. The first line of the song is like it's like boom boom bye in a batty boy head. But you did not know that they were making a reference to like gay men, and so like it was just a song with. When I was a kid, I did not know that that's what the song was about. And there's a couple of songs that are like just like that. And now as an adult, I'm like, oh my God, these songs are like, literally, they're mad homophobic. Like, super homophobic.
I make way for cheese.
Make way for cheese.
Gotta save room. But there's a TikToker, she is from New York and she makes videos like being from New York is pretty funny. But she was talking about like what's going on. Like we don't have good music anymore. Not everybody, but she's like, where are the classics? Where are the bangers? Where are the 5-6 minute masterpieces? I don't want these little, diss tracks. And I was like, I don't know. There are catchy things that I like a part of something on TikTok, but I don't know. Maybe our parents felt like this when they were listening to music, didn't realize we'd still be listening to it 20 something years later. But I don't know. Some of the stuff that's around now, I'm like, I can't imagine listening to it 12 years.
Okay, first of all, Cat 22 on this. Pasadena is not even by a Jamaican group of humans.
Isn't it white people or something?
No, they're black. They're black, but they're not Jamaican whatsoever.
That's a choice.
Give me the music, make me jump, pum pum.
This video,
dirty.
I would watch this and I would be trying to learn this dance in my room.
Okay, but I know the dance. Let's not even talk about that. But I know the dance. I know the part even
that was the low rise. Yeah, the low rise jeans, and I was like, okay, I just need some low rise jeans and a little top, and I just, of course, never outside of the room. But that album,
Stripped was a
good album
from start to finish.
Lady Song has always been a thing.
So sorry.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. I did not
They're
know
coming
that.
back.
I did.
Yeah, I don't
know
miss
that.
them.
no, I do not miss
They're
Librarian.
sadly coming back.
That was the time.
Do you know what they're
I-
selling? Do you know what they're selling at American Eagle? The lacy camisoles.
No.
They're back.
What's gonna happen?
I saw someone did a
We're gonna
video where
have
there's a little vest at Target, I think.
We're gonna circle back to Degrassi Manny moment with like the thong. And
Oh my God, I think about that iconic moment all the time.
Oh my gosh.
I was like,
I don't know if I'm ready for that to come back.
oh my gosh.
Christina.
That's
Yes.
when I learned the term
Yeah.
whale tail.
Yes. I don't have the same body that I did when I was
No.
wearing low-rise jeans, so no thank you. Yeah, I'm like,
Also, they're just not
Yes.
flattering.
I want some high rise jeans fit over my titties at this point.
Yes.
Put it all in there.
please, please.
I want them over the nips.
What? Knit? Low
No.
pants.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. The extra tall tees, they're wearing like 2, 3, 4X t-shirts.
I would like long white tees to come back. I want it to come back with clean white Air Force Ones.
Clean, operative
Clean.
word.
Yes, no, like
Clean.
I saw some Grey Gooses today for $6.95.
There are a lot of things I don't understand the price of, but these are so baffling. Even if they were clean looking, they're ugly. And then they're dirt. They don't even look worn or older. They just look dingy. And they're $700.
I felt so old because I thought to myself, I'll dirty these up for you for $20. I'll walk around neighborhood
You gotta spend on
getting
them
dirty.
sneakers.
Yeah.
I Yes, this is how I would like my jeans.
Yes.
I would like to tuck it all in. I want to basically be a half. I want to romper, but the opposite way. My pants just
I'll still put a t-shirt over it though.
yeah, all enclosed. They're and the girlies. I love the people adding up all of the Rush Talk girlies outfits because I'm just sitting here in poor, being like,
have you seen? Wait, so you've seen the one who's like adding up all the prices? And then there was one she said, and she was like, actually, this is a lie because she said Cartier and not Cartier, which means she got it from DH Gate. And I said, that's absolutely right.
I would love, it's so hard to find a pair of overalls that fits me right. But I would love a pair. Jean boot. What?
Shorts.
Oh, I have seen those.
Is that recent?
No, but do you remember when this was a trend? Like the booty cheek shorts. But
Okay.
like now they have one that it looks like basically just a thong.
I've seen it on Fashion Nova.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Yes. All I wear are sweatshirts and fleeces. That's what I would like it to be fall, please. Fall. Are you here? I hate it. Lucy and Yak? Oh. I don't know who them is, but I'll look. Lucy and Yak?
Because Ty, why were there there was a girl in my high school. She made her own pair. And she would wear them multiple times a week. And I went to be like, girl, stop it.
What was better, the handprints or Juicy?
They were just the handprints. Could you imagine if she made her own Juicy? Anyway.
The Juicy, knitted low rise. That sounds so terrible. Knitted low rise.
They sound hot.
Yeah. No.
Warm.
You have the hiccups. Oh, that's the worst. I always get the hiccups when I'm eating. I feel like the world's trying to kill me because then I'll be like, and then I'll choke on my food. It's very terrible. I'm gonna look at Lucy and Yak. Oh, look, a little spaceship or sun moon or organic cotton dungarees and overalls. Which, you know what? This sounds expensive.
Not organic.
But, whatever. I'm trying to invest in clothing. Ugh, that's why I don't have any. Oh, shout out to you. Let me go see. Knitted. That sounds hot. It doesn't seem like it would smell good if you were wearing that.
That really got me.
Hawaii. Man, when you when you see the things of Paris Hilton and everybody, the famous people or whatever, the times in the early 2000s, like Lindsay Lohan and Hilary Duff and the things they were wearing to the red carpet, it's like, wow. That's what was in these. Yes, velour jumps.
They're making a comeback.
I'm not surprised. I wouldn't mind if, I had some matching with people and we were like the Cheetah Girls, but I don't want to wear myself.
Those really inappropriate t-shirts we would all wear from Aeropostale and what was that other store? Something.
These look horrible. Oh, sorry. These knitted. I don't know if you'll be able to see this well, but they are knitted low rise.
No, I don't want to see.
That's just giving me swamp ass, is what I
get back. Exactly.
Oh yes, skirts over jeans, with a nice flip, when it was oh wow, it was that hard,
oh, the Lisa Rinna.
Like Mary J. Blige had a real stiff flip out your hair. Oh my God. What a time we survived. The slouchy boots. high-heeled timber. Do you remember jersey dresses? They said cute across the butt. Oh man. Exactly. That's the only way. Like cheetah girls. Knit pants. Hello? There is the suffering. We have suffered enough through business casual. And if the youngins want to bring it back, so be it. You know? Hopefully, you know, you can go to your, if you get out late, you can go to your interview in the morning, but clean up your makeup. Gauchos.
Oh,
Those big, like,
no, but you had to have like
flowy
boots with the gauchos because, of course.
just a mess. Have you, does anyone know the why people, I don't know if it's just a Taylor Swift thing or like I've seen other people who are like making like little friendship bracelets, but then wearing like a ton. Is that a Taylor Swift thing?
So I think you can like make a bunch and then you go to the concert and then like you can swap them with
Do
people.
you remember Silly Bands? Those were like those little bands. They were all different little shapes. That's what that
What
makes
were the
me-
ones that Emma's traded for sex favors in the park with Jay and Degrassi?
Oh my god. What were those like? They were just like a plastic type of bracelet that you would like weave together to make a bracelet. And if you had certain colors, it meant you've done certain things or you're down to do certain things. Apparently.
Ooh. Oh my god.
I just get everything back to Degrassi, I swear to God.
The Steve Madden sandal. I always wanted a pair. Oh, it's from one of her songs. I got it. I'm like, why are y'all making beaded friendship bracelets? I'm so confused. Oh, wow. Interesting. I started rewatching Degrassi a while ago and I was like, oof. But I still kind of want to rewatch it.
It's a good time.
Did Robin tell you how I'm forcing her to watch True Blood, but then it turned into her not being forced to watch it?
Yeah. Because she's like, oh, I was just talking to Steph about True Blood episode 5 or season 5. Episode 8.
I can't help it. I am in it and I don't know why. Because I still hate everybody.
It was so funny because we had watched, as you know, we had watched the 13th season of Married at First Sight. And and so then I messaged her and I was like, okay, well, I'm starting my rewatch of True Blood if you want to keep this going, you know, watching stuff together. And she was like, well, I hate paranormal anything. And I was like, okay, well, you don't have to. She goes, no, but I'm going to start it.
I couldn't be left out, okay?
Oh, I miss Payless.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I love that you said those Black Lizzie McGuire platforms because they definitely were.
Do you remember when Lizzie had a fashion line?
No.
You don't? Oh my God. Yeah. It was in elementary school. She had a fashion line. And I remember I was so jealous because I had someone at school, her name was Lizzie. And so her hair was long enough to cover the McGuire. So she just had a little shirt that said Lizzie on it. And I was like, oh, wish my name was Lizzie.
I never watched that one of Degrassi, that generation. You would think the good night stuff by Hilary Duff. I don't remember.
That is some genius marketing.
Didn't Mary-Kate and Ashley have a clothing line?
Yes.
They had everything.
Mm-hmm. Yes. They sure did. And for whatever reason, it was like all American, like red, white, and blue based. Everything had the flag on it.
Like, why? Yes. Floral flare long sleeve.
I don't know why that reminded me of like Delia's. Do you remember?
Oh, I could never afford anything from Julia's, but they still would send the magazines, and I would just dream.
Every August, I would like get the magazine, and I would just flag pages and things, and like put it on my mom's desk. Like, hey girl, just in case.
You wanna, in case we don't have to go to JCPenney this time.
Yeah, like, here's some ideas.
I was just telling my friend about this situation where I was like, I learned how to save. Well, it didn't clearly stick, but I learned how to save money because my mom would give me lunch money at the beginning of the week, and I just basically wouldn't eat, and I would save my money. And I don't know if y'all had Mervyn's, but then I would go to Mervyn's and buy myself clothes, and she would be like, where did you get this outfit from? And I'd be like, I didn't eat this week. I saved money.
Budget queen.
Clearly not anymore.
Yes, those were our vogues. They would come in because I was like, oh my, and I would just like, oh my God, I don't know if I could wear this with this, and never got a dang thing out of them.
I got a dress from Delia's once. It was like my 8th grade dinner cruise dress. My mom surprised me, and I was just like,
precious. Delia's. Oh man, what a time when the world was, I mean, it was still a mess, but
it was a simpler time.
it was a different mess. So we didn't know everything.
I had no responsibilities. I miss that.
Oh my God, Alloy, I remember that one too.
Yes.
Man,
Did y'all have Anchor Blue?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
That was we had it when I was growing up, but it was like the place that this is so horrible. You know how like every kid goes through a phase of stealing?
Yes.
That was the place that you would go into the dressing room and you would do your one thing. And I remember I was in a state of panic. It wasn't for me.
No, that is, the world was exactly.
I miss those days.
If something big was happening, I saw it in the tabloids at the grocery store. That's how I remember seeing about John Bonet. When my mom was talking about it, I was like, oh my God, the little girl's missing. I remember seeing those magazines, but now everything is just like, and we have bills. Like, ugh, are we not suffering enough? Oh, before Justice, Limited 2 was my thing. And my mom would catch a sale. They usually had good back to school sales. And I remember I had this like glittery shirt from Limited 2 that said it needed to be washed in cold water. And my mama lumped it with everything. And she messed it up and I was mad. She was like, well, you can wash your own clothes. I started washing my own clothes in middle school because I was like, you're not going to mess up my Limited 2.
I feel like I maybe missed Limited 2. I was just like a Limited girly or Express.
Yeah, no, Limited 2. Yeah. Man, catalog used to be the thing. Delia's, Alloy. I also, for some reason, like, I can't remember. I think they've gone out of business too, but it was like a sneaker one. I don't remember what it was called, but it was just a sneaker catalog. And I just would be like, ooh, I want these. And I always wanted a pair of Nike Shox. And I could never get a pair. But every time that catalog, I was like, ooh, these Nike Shox. They were the jam.
Oh God. This reminds me of how so one of my close friends at the time, she decided she was going to start stealing jewelry from Claire's. And then you had to go through the JCPenney area to get out of the mall, and she decided to steal something on her way out, wearing a big Sean John red puffy jacket, and got caught.
Yes. Oh man, Claire's. Yeah, I used to be up in there wanting to get every cheap little something.
Everything.
Journeys, loved them. I love that it was a Sean. I see that perfectly in my mind what that looks like. Oh, they were. You could just sit there and it's a different time. And now it's online, and I just put things in my cart and let it sit there.
Same.
I stole a Power Rangers calendar one time, and I think some candy or something, and my mom made me feel so terrible about it. But I was like 5. East Bay, yes. Oh, I lived for the East Bay. I would just be like, I want these and I want these. Yes. Like, no, don't be suspicious. No one's gonna know. How could they tell? How would they know? You should be like, I didn't see anything. Like I would just be like, I didn't see him. Like I worked at Hollister for a little bit, and I know a ton of people would steal stuff because I mean it was their own fault. It was so dark in there. So like I can't see. How am I supposed to see people taking stuff?
Oh, American Doll.
Oh, I always wanted one and I never got one. And I've been wanting to buy myself an Annie doll as an adult. But I also really wanted Molly.
I wanted Samantha because I wanted her bed, the little canopy bed.
Yes! The stuff they have, I could go broke on the American Girl site right now. And what made me mad was I never got one. I would ask for one every year. And then I was older and my mom ordered 2 for my sisters. And then they said like she had already ordered them. And she said that they were talking about, I guess, their Christmas list or something. And they said they didn't want them. And did she let me have one? No, she sent them back. And that, my friends, is why my mother doesn't love me as much as she loves her other children. And I try to tell her that. And she's like, yeah, you all equally. And I'm like, false. Incorrect. I am the firstborn, 4th in line of likability of 4. So, yes, I had a Cabbage Patch doll. Her name was Tamara Jenny.
I had 3. I still have one.
You still have it?
Yeah.
What's her name?
I don't know why this is her name, okay?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, I don't know her name. And I was like, how dare you?
But for some reason, I just called her Sorry.
You called her what? Sorry?
Yes.
What? What?
That's her name, and that's what's going to stay.
Okay.
She's also a very great weapon because her head is like, it's bald. And
Oh,
it's
it's
hard
heavy.
as shit.
Yes, them things don't move. Because I used to swing it at my sister. I know them things are immovable.
One time I hit my brother in his kneecap. And then I got to give up.
I do need to do this for my aunt. Where am I gonna put it? I don't know. Is this how it's spelled?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, easy bake oven. I had that. Oh, I love
Wait,
it.
did y'all read the American Girl doll books though?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I feel like some of my stuff was like 75% done. It was a little chocolate, a little gooey in the middle, but I still ate it. Oh, sorry. Hey, sorry. So weird. It was a time, I miss my light bright, easy bake oven, just simple. And I just was thinking the other day, I was like, I don't know how, because my mom would basically be like, if you're gonna go up, y'all gonna play outside, you're gonna stay outside. I'm like, we're under a different sun, because there was no way I was staying outside in a South Carolina summer for hours on end drinking lukewarm water from a hose in this temperature. It's too hot. I can't.
Hold up. No, because actually, you're not just going to talk about how you had a Barbie plane.
Wait, a plane?
I think my
Nice.
hiccups are gone. I had to mute myself because my hiccups are out of pocket, but I think they're gone now. Yeah, I had a Barbie plane growing up, and the little flight attendant had real ice cubes to give out to customers.
I love that.
I
I'm
never
jealous.
thought of that. They were like, it'd be fun. Ice cubes.
Good. I had a Barbie
Ice
dream
cubes.
house, but never a vehicle.
I had the Millennium Barbie, still never been open.
Cassie.
2000.
test.
I
My sister, who I dislike a lot, was terrified of the Baby Alive doll, and my younger sister had one. And so when she would piss me off, which was daily, I would just chase her around the house with it, and she would be screaming. Like, I would like put it under the door. You would see like the little hand. She'd be screaming. Oh, I wish I could get my hands on one and send it to her in the mail, and she'd open it, panic.
I sadly, Robin, I hate dolls, but it comes from a place of when I was younger, for whatever reason, my mom's friends thought that like porcelain dolls were a good idea.
No.
For me, like, how can I even play with that? Anyway, my mom made me display them on a shelf above my bed. I thought those bitches were coming to life and were ready to kill me. So terror.
Ooh, no, not the porcelain.
And I'm not over it. I'm not over it, but I have a child that likes dolls.
No.
Yeah,
It's a
she got to
loose
put them in their place. Because they
Listen, she has one that's like almost 3 feet tall.
Oh, Margie. Or what was that girl's name? Midge?
Who?
Marge, the pregnant Barbie?
I don't remember her.
Midge.
She deserved it, and to this day, I still feel justified in my actions. And especially if she saw it, like the blinking of the eyes would just send her, and I was just like,
no, because you know the dolls whose like eyes blink, but like one eye never fully blinks, so it's just
But y'all, did y'all have a home ec class?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I don't know if it was there when you graduated.
What class?
It was a home ec.
Oh no.
When you have the babies that would cry.
Oh no, that was
that.
I didn't have that, but we had a child development class where you had those dolls.
I always saw it on TV, and I was like, why don't we have this? We're not having a baby, a sack of sugar.
It was traumatizing. It was traumatizing.
No, I would have friends who would have the dolls for their class, and we would be at lunch, and the baby would start crying, and I'd be like, relax, okay? Like, what are you?
Shut up.
Yeah, like, it's lunch.
Yes, I did. Oh,
Just like how Furbies were terrifying.
Yeah,
these eggs. I've heard of that before, but we had the crying dolls.
No.
Chunky and a doll. Episode of Twilight. Chucky. My mom had a Chucky doll she got from like the fair, and I swear that thing was possessed. I was like, you gotta put that up. It's scaring me.
Y'all have y'all seen the Twilight Zone episode of the doll? No? It was a doll that was like basically came to life and it was like, you must be nice to me. Like the doll was telling me, like, you gotta be nice to me. When I tell y'all this doll fucked this family up, you've like, listen, me and my dad watched I usually do a Twilight Zone marathon during New Year. And I have not, like, literally have never felt the same about dolls since I watched that Twilight Zone episode where the doll literally comes to life. And when I say like fucks the family up, it is the worst. It is the worst. It's horrible.
Yes. I had a Furby possessed. It would just go off. It would just be sitting there.
Teddy Ruxpin?
No,
I didn't have one.
I did. It was really creepy when his battery starts dying. He's like, let's read a story. No thanks.
Yes, I will just keep my Squishmallow.
That's no, not a stuffed clown because my parents
on
let
a
me watch
swing.
it. They let me watch it
As a child.
As a child, I watched it
on a swing. Sounds so evil.
No, because the swing starts to swing by itself.
Ooh,
I'm out.
no.
burn it, burn it all, burn it to the ground, burn everything.
Were they, when it woke me up in the middle of the night, it was kind of threatening, Sarah.
That one that you said Teddy R, I don't know why I'm saying Teddy Pendergrass Down by T-Pain. Like, I don't know why that popped into my head.
People with clowns and were like, yes, this is the perfect thing for kids.
So weird.
Did y'all hear they're coming out with a new Pennywise movie?
Why?
Again? I thought they
Because it's his origin story.
No.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
coming out with a I forget what it's called, but it's a Pennywise movie where they're detailing like how he became Pennywise.
I'm
No.
good. Pass. I watched the old It. I didn't even watch the new whatever it is. I'm good.
You never seen a new one?
Mm-mm.
Look at the cat.
This is Goose.
Hey,
Hello.
Goose.
He's kind of getting hyper, so he'll probably not.
Goose is like, what is this shit?
They were all possessed. Mm-hmm.
Kenny Pendergrass.
No. No.
Honestly, they can keep that origin story in the drafts, though.
Yeah.
You do not associate Joker with Pennywise because I love me some Joker.
Exactly.
When I tell y'all I love Joker, I do.
What's your favorite version of the Joker? Movie or comics?
Comics, James Tynion's run of Joker is phenomenal because, as I always say, it's not told through Joker's perspective, it's told through Commissioner Gordon's perspective. But the way that Tynion writes Joker is he has this very omnipresent type of atmosphere to him that even though it's titled Joker, it's not in his perspective. Joker is present on every single page. That is the best version of Joker that I have ever seen when it comes to comics. If we're talking about film wise, I do agree the best film version of Joker I have seen has been Heath Ledger.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you see the new one that Joaquin Phoenix did?
Because I can't bring myself to see any other version besides Heath Ledger because he gave his life for that role, I think.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of hard for me to kind of disassociate. Like I always tell people, like out of the Dark Knight, people don't realize Heath Ledger was only on camera for a total of 30 minutes of that whole film.
Dang.
That's it. He had 30 minutes was all that Heath Ledger, but he was such an intense version of Joker that you felt like you would think that Joker was on camera more than that. But if you add his time up, it's 35 minutes at max. So I'm so obsessed with his version of Joker. And I really enjoy Joker as this. I don't know. It depends on comic wise. It depends on who you're talking about, who's writing him, because he could be a villain or he could be morally gray. And so I enjoy him a lot when I'm talking about villains or morally gray characters from DC. Heath Ledger really embodied him as a person, and so I can't. I know I should give the other actor a chance in that, but I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't do it to myself.
You don't need to do that. Do you watch the animated ones?
I think I haven't. Let's put it this way. I'm not as well versed as I think I should be in DC animated, but I'm well versed enough to know that DC is animated is better than anything that Marvel could do animated, if that makes sense. Ooh. Whereas live action, Marvel has their thumb on the pulse for live action stuff. DC is very much so competition for them in animated stuff. DC has never had now they do, but in the past they haven't had a cohesive team working on the live action stuff as Marvel has a cohesive team. But when it comes to animated, Marvel cannot touch DC whatsoever. It that's just facts.
So, Marvel. I think Disney is just trying to do too much with Marvel between the shows and the movies and all the things. It's y'all have enough, y'all can slow down. But they're like, we want to put out 24 things a year, and all of them haven't been great.
I just feel like too, like the issue with Marvel is that like everything, I mean, because the Marvel cinematic universe is literally its own universe. And so the issue that it creates is that like if you are not caught up on one thing, everything is so interconnected, which is why like people loathe Marvel and DC is because things are so interconnected. Like if you haven't seen or read this one thing, like you're gonna be lost. I think Marvel now is falling into that trap of such deep like interconnectedness that if you're
Yes.
not a huge fan, you're kind of like thrown to the wolves. Like you just don't know, like, okay, like where am I supposed to start? Like, you know, can I watch this without having watched this? And so it's just one of those things where it's like Marvel's really, I think, missing the opportunity to bring new viewers into the fold, because granted, with Marvel and DC, as it's always been, there is a level of interconnectedness. But if you want to make something like this for the masses, if people haven't seen the other 30 things that you've done before this, you're not, but it's true. Like at the point, like
Yeah, because it's like you have to go Google how to start, like where to start, and go back
exactly,
all
exactly.
these things just to watch a TV show.
If you haven't watched all those things before, it's kind of like, well, can I like just watch this thing without having to have context of the 30 things before? And then what makes it even more complicated is like how many people realize that X-Men is Marvel? It's like you literally forget sometimes that X-Men is Marvel. I know for me, I'm like, oh shit, like yeah, X-Men is Marvel, but
I didn't think it was for a long time. I thought it was separate.
X-Men is so complicated on its own that you don't even have to integrate it into the 616. Like at this point, it's just kind of like X-Men is a beast of its, and literally in the comic version of it, X-Men is a beast of its own. But it's kind of like one of those things where I fault Marvel and DC and why like they don't have the readership that they could possibly have. Both of them, as much as I read both of them, is that their storytelling is so convoluted that I can't, even I, as someone who is an avid comic reader, I can't convince people to join the fold because you're so fucking convoluted to the point that I don't even know where to tell people, like, okay, when people ask me, like, oh, Ashley, you read comics, where should I start for Marvel and DC? Hey, Tammy, where should you start with Marvel? I'm like, honestly, like, pick your favorite character and pick an author and go with it. That's all I can tell you at this point.
It's just so much. And I have no idea about the comics. So like I'm not even judging that side. I get confused just looking at Yes,
It
exactly.
is.
I was like, X-Men is over there. It's not part of anything.
But they've brought it into the, because you know, like if you've seen what's the girl that was married to I see everybody's faces in my head, was married to the damn robot.
Jean Grey?
No.
Right?
Marvel.
No. Oh, Marvel.
Wanda. Married to Vision. Like people don't even realize with WandaVision, the TV show, like they had to rewrite the origin story because you know that Wanda is actually Magneto's daughter in the comics.
No.
So people don't even realize that's Wanda and Pietro are Magneto's kids. But because Marvel didn't have the rights to X-Men, they had to rewrite their storyline. So they're not Magneto's kids. And so it just gets so fucking confusing for people who are not well versed in the history behind these characters. Like something as simple as that, because it does make a huge difference in the comic book universe as opposed to the TV show, to know that these two humans that we are learning so much about, Pietro and Wanda, are really Magneto's kids and he's a mutant. And it makes a big difference when you think about their origin story. So it's just now that Marvel and Disney have the rights back to X-Men, it's kind of like, oh, here we go again. Like people are not going to fucking understand where you're coming from because they don't have all this excessive backstory. Same thing with Fantastic Four. Fantastic Four, they made their appearance in what's the guy with all the I read comics and I clearly don't even know my name. I'm not sober, so bear with me. The Magician, Multiverse, Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange.
Thank you. They play fucking charades. Like people don't even know like Fantastic Four's appearance in Doctor Strange's movies is a huge like
Nope, I don't know all that.
people don't know that. And I feel like you're missing so many people who could potentially be interested in like the comics and the origin stories. But like if you're not a comic reader, you wouldn't know the significance of seeing Fantastic Four in the latest Doctor Strange movie. It means nothing to you except like, oh, who's that? Like you know, like it's just I don't know.
No, I mean, ugh, because yeah, I learned that's a new thing about Wanda. Would never know that. And now they've done. It's not like they can start over, and so now it's just all.
No, they can't. And now in comic book world, like Wanda and like all of them, like the MCU is literally considered its own universe because DC and Marvel both operate on very interesting like terms of like different universes, different timelines, which is why people get very upset. I can't believe they're making Superman black. Well, you do know that there is a universe in which Superman is black and is the president, right?
Nope, we don't.
No, people don't know that. So then people always make comments about stupid shit like that. But it's not, if you're not immersed in it, you don't know that shit like that exists. Like you would never know that DC like was like, oh, we're only doing 52 universes. And then DC was like, oh fuck it, we'll blow up the whole entire line and there's an infinite amount of universes. Like you would never know stuff like that unless you're immersed in the comic. And I'm just like, y'all are both just missing the potential to like get in your bag for real if you would be open to creating a system where new viewers, new readers, there's a certain level of accessibility. I noticed that whenever I mention Marvel or DC, people are kind of like, girl, no, I don't want to even hear it. If it's not self-contained, I don't want anything. And they're both beautiful universes to be a part of, but the work and effort that it takes to be a part of DC or Marvel is it's beyond. And I'm saying this as someone who is immersed in it.
Like a lot of work. Oof. No. But you know, they probably have people who are giving them good ideas, but they won't listen to those people or won't pay those people, so those people are gone.
As always.
He's gonna love.
Yes, Superman is black in a universe in DC. Superman is black. They're trying to kind of bring all of it full circle, which is why I don't know if like many people have noticed, like Nubia is now coming, which is the black Superwoman. Like she's existed since the 70s, but she hasn't gotten much play. But now DC's kind of bringing like 3 of them back into the fold. So you have Diana, you have Nubia, who's black, and then you have Flor, who is Brazilian, and she's Wonder Girl. So these people have been in play, but DC hasn't really used them the way that they should, and people don't know that they exist. Like, it's amazing how many people be like, "Oh yeah, there is a black Wonder Woman," and people are like, "Oh, this is this woke bullshit." And I'm like, no, actually, Nubia's existed since the 70s, but I think you wouldn't know that because they didn't play their cards with Nubia, I think, as much as they should have, but now they are. So now it looks like there's this random black woman that is, because when she was first drafted as a character, she was Diana's twin. And so people don't know stuff like that. So when they see Nubia, they're like, oh, this is woke bullshit. And they're trying to be inclusive. And, you know, why can't we just stick to original storylines? And I'm like, but Nubia is an original character. She's an OG character. It's just that DC is now playing her up more than they have in the past. But she was originally scripted as Diana's twin. She's not viewed as Diana's twin anymore, but she literally is a version of Wonder Woman. Diana is not the only Wonder Woman that exists in DC's universes. It's
Is the Nubia story that Nnedi Okorafor just did, is that the Marvel, or I can't remember if you said Marvel or GC?
so she's DC. I thought that it's not God, she wrote that damn YA book that I hate.
Which one?
It's the Alice in Wonderland retelling.
Are
Are you talking about that YA graphic novel stuff?
Yeah.
What is her name, y'all?
McKinney or something, or
she did the Alice in Wonderland.
Like Alice So Black or something, or
yes,
A Blaze So Black.
What Blaze So Black? What is her name?
Ella
McKinney.
Oh, okay. I don't know why. What did Nnedi Okorafor just recently do?
She did Black Panther. She did Shuri.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Yeah,
so yeah, I saw that Nubia one and I wanted to read it, but then I saw it had like a little Wonder Woman sign on it, and I was like, oh, maybe not, because I'm not in it like that deep.
Yeah, they're definitely they're playing up, which is good, because Nubia is getting, like someone said, Nubia is getting the attention that she deserves. But she's not a new character, and because of the way that DC and Marvel do shit, people get confused because they think Nubia is this random new character, and it's like, she's not new. It's just that DC has never given her the credit that she deserves, and so now she appears to be a new character. And then they doing stuff like having Ella McKinney write the Nubia story, and so, you know, which is accessible for like teens and stuff like that. But she's not. They even have a middle grade graphic novel, y'all, that they had Shannon Hale and Dean Hale do, with a younger version of Diana and a young version of Nubia. And so people are like, oh, you know, it's just this woke, and it's like, it really isn't though. But I blame Marvel and DC for that, because if you're not in it, you're not gonna go that far back into you're not gonna know that. No. If I told you, like, there's a, you know, people like just now, like, people did not know that there is a version of Superman that existed that is black.
Ain't never
that. You would never know that. So this whole like uproar about, oh, Superman is black, and it's like, but there is a version of Superman that is black. Like, that's not new to the DC universe at all. There's a lot of diverse characters that are not new to the DC or Marvel universe, but they never got the attention that they deserved because they were kind of like a one-off type of situation. And now DC and Marvel know that they need to play them up a little bit. You know, it's a marketing strategy. So Stephanie Williams has been here because Stephanie Williams has been writing. This is a signed first issue by Stephanie Williams. This is also a first issue of Nubia. Look at me. Right? That is very, very true. But yeah, Stephanie Williams has been writing it, and I was lucky enough to get this one signed by her.
I love that. Art looks amazing.
There still is a black Batman, and his name is fucking Jace. I don't think I have.
I always love buying those Miles comics.
Miles Morales?
Yeah.
I hate Bendis though. That's the only thing. I don't like him. He's done some shitty things. You know,
I hate that when you kind of like something, you know, and then you find out that the person writing it or somebody attached to it sucks.
It sucks. I'm trying to see if I have
suffered enough. We have people just are just like, if it's not beige, I'm mad about it.
There is a black Batman, y'all. I am trying to find this damn here. Is this it? I feel like I am doing show and tell. Y'all know, you should have never brought up comics. Ever.
The pretty variation?
Okay, so this is this it? Is he in here? He may not be in here. I don't think he's in this one. Damn. It is Jace. So basically, Batman loses all his money. In this infinite future version of DC, Batman loses all his money. And there is a black family that kind of takes over. And so there is, in this new infinite version or future state version of DC, which this happened years ago, there is a black Batman. There is an Asian Superman. Yara Flor is Wonder Woman. She's Brazilian. Everything changes up. One of the original Green Lantern characters is gay. Like, people are not happy about any of this, but it is a thing. Listen, who is Batman? But Batman don't have a place. He ain't got his lair like he used to have. Like, when I tell y'all they fucked Bruce Wayne up, they fucked him up. They said, bitch, he ain't finna have shit. And they let a black man have all that. I was here for it.
Poor and broody. Relatable. That's
Poor
me.
Bruce.
Oh man. So it is 11:30 and I have a long day tomorrow of more festivities. So
Will you actually be sprinting that?
okay, yes, Robin. In the morning, I'm baking on Patreon with Mo. I'm so excited. And then from like 1:30 to 4:30, I think we might actually read. Those are sprints. But tomorrow night is trivia, and I'm really excited about. I'm really excited about that. Are we going to be able to keep track of points well? I don't know, but
We shall see.
we'll see, and we'll see what you know, because it's not book related. Because
What are those?
we don't know those questions anyway. We have to look up all the answers. But thank you all for joining me. This has been 4 hours of not wanna sprint. Woo!
Just hanging with
And you get to keep it up.
Yes, exactly. Look at that. Angela will be proud of us.
It's not me.
We all did really great. I'm so proud of you. Oh, okay. Well, thank y'all for joining. Have a wonderful night. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Toodaloo!
Bye.